I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Surprise!
Where am I?
You're on.
What the? What?
We hacked into Tom's stream.
What is going on here? Come on. Okay, all right. Yeah, I know what's going on, of course. Yeah, we're going to talk about that later. Hey, everybody. What's up? Wow, it's so real like I'm in a different time zone. Good to see you guys.
Literally.
What time is it where you're at?
Welcome to our morning.
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, at my time, it's 3 p.m. and welcome. I welcome myself to your morning. So, good morning, everybody. Good to see you.
Yeah, looking great today, Terry.
Yeah, I know. This is the new, skin grab from Tom. You know, it's kind of cool. Woohoo! That's what she does, right?
Yeah, lots of woohoo.
The woohoo.
Oh,
Right.
go for it. Going short.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm just gonna jump into a trade right now. Okay, so don't worry about it. Anyway,
That's the way.
That's the way. How is everybody? Welcome, chat. Hello to the mods, to the hosts, everybody. It's so awesome to start the week like this. And obviously, we're rooting for Terry. So yeah,
It's
obviously.
just been a busy week. Hold
Yeah.
down the fort.
Oh yeah. So
She has a 50-50 shot win 25K, so that's better than most people.
yeah.
Can't beat that.
Yeah, and obviously, if she wins that, we're gonna, split that money, right, between the hosts. All right, that's the goal, I guess.
I mean, I made a deal with her. I don't know what you got going on.
Yeah, I made one too.
Okay,
yeah,
now there's
I
too
made a
much
little
things going
backroom
on.
deal too. So she's got a little AirPod in her ear right now. I just gotta wait till the market opens, then she'll start. Because before the market opens, she gets a little sporadic. She's like, "So I'm currently in a short right now." I'm like, "Terry, come on, just wait till open."
Yeah, this is what I've been told, guys, by the way. I think, and I checked some streams, so I think this is what I should do. Just do the coin flip and, jump into a trade. But no, really. Obviously, we'll think it over. But yeah, so many things happening, by the way. I mean, not so many things, but still, like, I see some opportunities on the charts. But I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think about the market right now?
You got anything, Nick?
Nick always says something.
I'll start here. Oh yeah, I see what she was going there. She wanted me to go ahead and get it out of the way before. So I don't know if you guys checked the trading competition standings over the weekend. All you guys in chat, well, there's only 150 people in here, so I'm gonna wait till it gets a little bit more saturated, then I'll start.
You need some bigger crowd to Aura Farm.
We need to get through this phase, so Nick can feel comfortable, obviously.
I will
so
bring the belt out though, because I think it's more than deserved at this point. And I'll hold it right here while I do my analysis for the morning. Maybe you guys can tag along. But first thing I want to do is start with the news calendar. This week looks pretty good. Not like a big driver like CPI, NFP, or FOMC. We have NFP next week, I believe. Let me just click. Yeah. But we have news every day this week outside of today, red folder, that is, and Wednesday. So Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, got the 8:30, 9:45, and 10 news. So let's see here. We did put in this daily gap here, and we are below weekly open. I actually anticipate we kind of go lower to start the week, lower than what we are now. I see a lot of low resistance liquidity in here, and this unfilled gap would be nice for price to hang out. And if you guys remember last week, I was talking about how I wanted to see us come down to like the 4-hour gap. I think it was this one right here, ahead of FOMC, and then boom, we just like rocketed from there. So I want to see something like that this week, just on the daily. I am bullish for the week, but I do like how we're below weekly open at the moment. So that's very nice to see there. And then same for ES, sort of. I'm gonna take a peep at gold. it's just been so weird watching indices pump and gold just shoot higher. I was actually really looking forward to one of them going the other way, because then you could have targets. But the fact that they're both trading in uncharted territory is kind of not fun. But if I see a setup, I'll take it. But yeah, so for this morning on gold, I'm watching this 1 hour gap right here to then look to target some of these London highs up here. But yeah, no, that's about it for me. My focus is really like Tuesday through Thursday, Tuesday through Friday this week. But yeah, that's pretty much it. What do you got, Tom and what?
Well, on my end, I mean, London was a little bit interesting. There was a 1 hour buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, or fair value gap lower during the London trading hours, and actually had some short trades. Actually, I had a NQ trade and a gold trade this London morning, and we busted through this fair value gap sometime after the London Open, after 3 a.m. And so I was, I usually go for supply and demand zones, mixing up a little bit with some smart money things. But the thing is, I kind of had that demand zone or order block area at 738 that I thought that we're going to sweep. So that didn't happen. So far we're just going sideways. Price went back into a 5-minute supply zone, which I have from around 818. And it pretty much, there was a reaction still in the London session. Price actually dropped down from it. Now it seems like the market wants to go through it again. Otherwise, on the upside, since we took out the Asia lows, I mean, we still have some good targets to make some new all-time high again. One thing's for sure, the 25K level is very close. So for NQ to make 200 points is like nothing, right? So NQ just sneezes and it goes to 25K. I'm definitely going to stay on the bullish side. We'll see what the market open will hold. Maybe I will try to go with a quick scalp for the Asia high. Not really sure at this point. I don't have any zones or targets on the upside, but we'll see. Maybe I will go for like 10 to 20 points if I can catch something. And you were talking about gold, obviously all-time high again. It's difficult. Like, uncharted territory. I don't know how far it can go. There's no psychological level up there. I would be just waiting for gold maybe to dip lower. Maybe, definitely go lower than 37.43, but no targets so far. So I might just going to sit on the sidelines with gold, but that's all I have so far. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, I don't know about you guys. Maybe we'll get into this topic here later on. But for me, I actually find it easier trading at all-time highs than shorting at or around all-time highs, because the moves to the downside are like super quick. So you have to like be very nimble and profit taking. Mm-hmm. Whereas, you can just get like a super bullish candle if you're already in on NQ and it just rips 200 points and within a couple minutes. So, but yeah, no, good point. I like how you, so you use like ICT / supply and demand.
Yeah, I'm kind of mixing it a little bit like. Yeah, a little bit of a mixture, but I like the zones. I like to go for it. I kind of reverse engineer it, because I'm not really using the zones for searching for entries. I'm kind of using them for targets. So I kind of using them for possible draw on liquidity, and that's it basically. And I jump in on a fair value gap if I have a pullback or retracement, and that's it. Looking for displacement in the direction, and that's all.
I love how you say draw on liquidity, baby.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm glad.
Calm down, boys.
It kind of makes my day. All right. So yeah, that's how I see it.
About, like on gold, when we're this extended, I kind of consider the move done, and I'm waiting for the next thing to set up. We're definitely full on extended on gold right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at indexes. This is ES, and Monday morning I'm not always ready to hit the ground running. I want to kind of see what the market has in store for us a little bit. I was kind of interested to see what Tom's been up, because he trades the London session. It's kind of interesting to see the perspective of someone who's already traded a little bit this morning. But
Mhm.
what I'm kind of looking at, I think that the settlement on ES was around 67.22. I think the 67.20 area is going to be really important. I think if we do move lower or higher, that's going to kind of be where the market wants to retest or kind of come back to and kind of make as a median. It's just looking kind of common sense. If I just look at the structure, even where the higher highs and higher lows are, it makes a lot of sense for this 20 area to be tested at some point again today. I do still have this pink box on here where I'm extra cautious of chop. But what this is kind of forming right now along the 6,700 is another one of those launch pads that I'm kind of watching. And what I watch for there is like something when we have price consolidating in a zone like this and then kind of gravitates to one level, a lot of times that level ends up being our breakout point or our breakdown point if this fails. So whether it's a breakout or a failure, when we consolidate, there kind of ends up being a level in there that I end up watching. And right now it's around the 6,700, but it kind of could be 6,700 up to 6,720. Kind of that zone is, I mean, it's really obvious where our high and low is right now too. So the most obvious kind of play is just going to be either a break out of this zone for some quick little points. If we're breaking higher, if we get a good break out of that zone to the upside, I'm still watching this kind of mid-century area up here, the 6750. I think we might slow down a little bit before that. I didn't label this level. That would have been nice. I put that on there last week, but I think this was a quant level, a calculation based off of some other price action that I'd come up with. So that's why I think that this area is going to have a lot of that sort of thing where there's a lot of calculations and pivots up there. So I think that's going to be kind of the next area. Before data, I mean, the data we have this week is it's not that super juicy data, but it's not bad either. I'll put it up for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Come on, thing. There it is. So wait, this is on last week. No, this is this week still. Okay, so we've got plenty of good things. We've got PMI and durable goods and unemployment claims. So there's still plenty of good movers we have this week. We just don't have the big enough thing where we're like doing that waiting and seeing like FOMC. So I think this is a good news calendar for this week, potentially. It could just be Monday. We don't have any of those big events. We might kind of end up whatever move we make, I think it's likely that we kind of end up hanging around the same area again between 6,700, 6,720.
Yeah.
If this fails, it'd just be these major levels back lower. 66.80 was important last week. You can see we had a lot of wicks to that area. 67.72. So that's kind of the support of this zone. If we start breaking through there, that's a little bit more bears in control, at least temporarily. As long as we stay up kind of in this pink box or above, this is bullish territory to me.
Nice.
Hope that makes sense.
I like that. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, he likes that your boxes are pink,
Everybody likes a pink box.
Everybody. Exactly. Whatever that means, but By
Whatever
the way,
that
chat, let us know. Let us know what you guys think, where this market is heading. I'm quite curious how the chat is, jumping into maybe you guys have some trades already. Who knows? I mean, we still have 13 minutes, but we want to know. We want to know because obviously we had some very smart traders in the chat. So come on, let us know.
Yeah, we should do a poll if they've got that going behind the scenes. See what y'all think if we're going to open the week with a move higher or lower. Are we bullish or bearish for the opening session?
Oh yeah, I'm
Our
curious.
chat's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, we should use the chat as an indicator. Maybe that could be useful. Who knows? Or maybe dedicate an account for the chat. Who knows?
Well, considering you blew your competition account, how about we use you as the indicator?
Oh my gosh, you needed to say that. I know. Well, you listen. I swanked it. Yeah.
So no, you were. I know what you did on Friday. You were trying to make up the ground. But no, you were solid all week,
I was solid. No, I was like, okay, I'm going to go super crazy. And I wanted to prove that I can break the 100% barrier. But, anyway, I didn't go well. Next time. Yeah.
I was shooting for that too, to be honest. I hate to say I had target, but man, Friday, given how Friday was, like at least the first part of the morning session in New York. I was like, dude, I'm not. There's no way you're gonna give me a trade. I didn't even open my personal accounts at all. So it just wasn't there. I did see later in the day that was actually a pretty good move to the back up to the upside after we sold off a little bit.
I saw that.
But I was like, oh man, I know someone caught that, but no.
I think that must have been what Ash was in to kind of make that come back.
Yeah, that's the only
I was
move
thinking about that. I was like, I wonder if anybody's in this.
Yeah, no, that's how I was looking at it too.
Actually, Ash was that was quite entertaining and funny. Like Ash was absolutely cooperating with the chat. So, okay, guy, what should we do, guys? And okay, let's just jump into a buy. Let's jump into a sell. And I think he did really good. I mean, I don't remember the numbers, but I think ended up on a very good, like 20-something%. I don't even know, but that's kind of cool.
That's probably props to his trade management skills too, because at some point, if you could have somebody throw a random entry out, and a master trader will be able to find something in there.
Yeah, that's why I was actually thinking. I was talking about this in my segment with the chat. Like maybe I'm gonna do a scientific experiment for the stream, for the chat, and everybody. Like take one single trade every day, and based on a coin flip, buy or sell. And the only thing I would do is manage the risk, but the direction, like buy or sell, is gonna be decided on a coin flip, and we'll see how far we get. That could be interesting. With proper risk management. Who knows? Just an idea.
I think you'd be surprised. I think people would be surprised at the stats on that too. Like if you did that, and then after the win or the loss, you were just done and just shut down your laptop, you walked away. And you would probably do, well, I know for a fact you do better than some traders, because a lot of them, they take that loss and after a win, or maybe they don't take any wins at all, and they just start spiraling out.
Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna get it back.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I say to myself every day. I'm gonna make it back. I'm gonna get it back.
I just need this one big move. This one's definitely gonna be it.
All last week I was all I did is I was just, I printed out Nick's picture to the wall, and I was like, I'm going to beat you, guy. I'm going to do it. I don't care how. But every day, this Nick, he was just up and up. And I was like, okay, so be it. No, don't worry. I tried. Honestly, everything.
I wasn't even up that much. It was Terry leading the way the whole week. But, I knew she was going to dominate the extremes of the ranges. I talked about that. She was going to have days where she completely blew us out of the water. But that bad day, bro, I knew it was coming. I knew it was eventually coming. By
the way, the FOMC day, like that was really a roller coaster. Like that, absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to try trading that, but I ended up out. I thought that's the fun use for the challenge accounts.
Nice. Well, it was absolute. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the next one. That's it. Obviously.
Yeah, no, I think the next two FOMCs should be sort of similar to, in terms of volatility, to the last one, because we're expecting some rate cuts in there. So it's not going to be, like a rate hike or anything like that, or as expected. Like we kind of know what's coming, and some pretty good volatility. I think we can take advantage of. But it kind of moved like an old NFP, to be honest, where it kind of made a move up and then made a move back down. And I just did not see that huge reversal coming. That was crazy. Barbie is, oh God. Terry is on she's on vacation / stream today. She's competing for 25K. I don't even know the YouTube channel is can people watch her? No, it's not.
I think it's a pretty small one. No one's ever.
Yeah, it's a minor thing, not a big deal, but
yeah.
So, yeah, obviously, we want her to win. So everybody in chat, we are rooting for Terry. She knows how to do it. She will win, and that's it. No other way. That's the only way. And by the way,
I gave her some good. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to say, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely new in the segment here, so I kind of have the agenda. Like, I just wanted to say, if I see a setup after the 9:30 open, obviously, I don't really like to jump into a trade right a few minutes after the open. But if I see something, I will shout out super loud, like, "Hey guys, I'm in. I jumped in." All right, so don't let me scare you guys or something. But anyway, if I take something, I will let you guys know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. So
we're used to
we
some
all,
wild trades in the morning. You're good.
All right. Good.
yeah, so we all have these things that we talk about by our desk and everything. So Barbie, she's got that lariat over there. I like to call it just the whip. What do you got behind you, bro?
Well, I have the
Man,
whoosh
pull
fan.
out a cool piece. A fan.
I have the whoosh fan. I have the
What
Star
kind of
Wars.
fan is it?
I have the Star Wars flyer here to recruit more people to the Empire. So that's here, obviously. And I have my all my lucky talismans here, that brings me luck. And you should see my desk. It's filled up with all kind of I don't want to say what, but yeah, lots of things here, full of energy. That's it. But I was actually thinking, so maybe Chad could give me some advice, because I'm going to do some refurbishing here in my office space here. Like, I'm going to do some decorations in the background. I just wasn't sure. Like, I like the way, for example, Matt has all those, LED lights and everything in the background. Should I do something like that? Or maybe I'm just, I don't know.
I think you should go with the Ash Trades background with the Brady Bunch.
Okay, so I need to get a piano then, right?
Yeah, a big piano. But yeah,
Do you want me to send you a Bull Barbie poster?
That would be, my God, please make my Christmas finally the one that I was dreaming of. So please send it. That's gonna. There's the place behind me at the wall. That's gonna be the place
There
for
you go.
it.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. We'll get back
I
to
think
this.
he was
Okay.
going for that. He wanted to talk about wall art a little bit, and so he knew Barbie. So he kind of planted the seed, and she just kind of took over. I'll send you. I think you already got some stuff probably right by your monitors of Barbie.
Let's just move on this point, because that's kind of private information. But yeah. So anyway, is it hot here? It's hot in here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to open a window, but I'll try. I mean, where were we? What's the agenda? Yeah, market is open in less than 5 minutes, everybody. So we need to concentrate on that. Actually, there was.
What are you concentrating on?
I'm concentrating on the market open, on the market open.
On the what now?
So, on the market open. That's what I'm concentrating. Actually, in the London stream, true story, you can look it back. So on my London stream, the chat was asking me, "Hey Tom, can you please, ask something from Barbie?" Like, yeah, I mean, because I was a little. I mean, I spelled some info that I'll be here, and I was like, yeah, I mean, what do you guys want me to ask her? Like, can you just say, like, come on, Barbie, let's go party? And I was like, no, we can't. So there you go. I said it. I'm sorry. There was the chat was really calling me out on this one. I'm sorry. So let's go party at the market open.
It's time for party.
Oh yeah. So I'm not gonna sing.
I have a feeling that Terry would be in a short right now.
In a short, no.
She always seems to be in some crazy short.
I feel like every trade before market open is a short. During the market open, it's a long.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of the gauge I get from her. But works out. She was kicking my butt the whole last week. She was up 79% at one point.
If she sees a trade, she will take it. So watch out.
Well, trade what you see, not what you think, as the old saying goes. That's it.
I think more people could, benefit from that too. Is just like rip it, bro. You got your checklist, whatever it is, in order to take a trade. Like, you got it. What are you hesitating? Like, why are you, why are you not executing? Right. And that's one thing about Terry, bro. She sees a trade, bam, she's all over.
She jumps in. Oh wow. That's good, because, I don't know her track record. She must be good. But, when you see the opportunity, you jump in. All you need to do is just risk management. And there you go. Mm-hmm. You just go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I agree. Let's still take a look at chat real quick. We want Tom to sing "I Want It That Way" by B.
No, that's going to be a different session, Trading Star. But yeah.
Looks like chat's pretty bullish. We got 70% thinking we're going to get some higher prices.
Yeah, I think we're going to go. Yeah, right now, gun to my head, is going to go bullish. So I think we should be breaking. Well, yeah, I'm just going to say Asia high 876 is a good target, but it's kind of tricky. We'll see. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if gold would be just pushing higher. I mean, just no stopping at this one.
It's hard
Yeah,
to get an entry when it's just raging like that, though.
Yeah.
Honestly, since you said that 25,000 level,
Oh yeah,
like I'm like, oh yeah, no,
still juicy.
I mean, it's close. It's a psychological number. One thing I've learned over the years, like these round numbers are actually like magnets. And I mean, obviously, I'm not saying it might happen today, but maybe throughout the week. Like it's so close. Like for NQ, how was that? Like 180 points is basically really just a sneeze, and it's there. So not a big deal for NQ if it wants to.
Sneeze. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna steal that one. I'm gonna add that to the arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. You can quote me on that.
So you trade London session. Where I'm guessing you live in Europe?
I live in Hungary. Yeah, almost the center of Europe. Yeah. Sorry?
You're hungry?
I'm hungry. I'm a hungry Hungarian. I got that all the time. Yeah, but I got food. Don't worry. So, yeah, I'm a hungry Hungarian. I trade in the center of Europe. It's very convenient for me to take London and the New York session too. So in my time, I can actually take anything I want. I could even be up at the Asia session, but gotta get some sleep sometimes. But anyway, 10 seconds, everybody. So be careful.
I like the hungry Hungarian.
Yeah. Okay, I think here we go. Market is open for business.
It is.
Let's see. NQ edging higher.
Here.
Yeah. Let's see if I can jump into something. But obviously, I'm just going to wait for now.
Oh, I thought you were going to do some Terry style there for a second. Like, here I am jumping in. Oh, I'm in.
And I want to, actually. I want to. If I see something, let me hold on. What is going on here?
So what's that at the top of your chart right there? The top left, it's like those little boxes. Oh, never mind.
Oh, yeah, that's Quant Tower. That's Quant Tower because I'm using Quant Tower, and sometimes I flip anywhere in between Quant Tower and TradingView. Currently, I'm just actually I have a gold trade opened up earlier since the stream started, so I'm swimming in a gold trade, but it's my target is 759.6. So kind of hovering around here, going sideways. I might close that trade. I don't like the way it looks, but nothing on NQ. Seems like we're pushing higher. If I see something, well,
NASDAQ's pushing kind of hard actually relative to ES.
Yeah, 37 points to the high. I go down to the 1 minute now, and if I see a pullback into a fair value gap, I might try to target the Asia high. Yeah, I mean,
you just turned Nick on so much.
Yeah.
Okay. That was not my intention, but
is that not what chat was encouraging in your other streams?
Well, they were encouraging. I mean, that's no, this was not.
It was. They weren't talking about Nick.
Nah, they were not talking about Nick. I mean, Nick is a cool guy, and everybody likes him. And now that he won the competition, obviously he has the bragging rights. But
yeah, we're never going to hear the end of this one. I know.
Oh yeah, no, we got about 420 people in here, so now it's
he could lose every competition for the rest of the time. It's like, but I won the first one.
Can we get a tweet sent out? Mods, Denny, Magnus. We need to blast that.
He wants an official congratulations.
Yeah, we need a big congratulations.
Okay, we need to congratulate Nick officially. So Nick, from my end, accept my absolutely humble congratulations to you. You are the best. You proved it. It seems like ICT concepts are really, really awesome, and it's working. I'm just
you use a lot of them on your charts there. I see.
So anyway,
it was so good, Tom, that right after I won the competition, the next trading day, you just want to hop on here with us.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I really wanted to say to you face to face, like, you're the best. Okay, you're the best, and there you go. So Barbie, it's your turn now. Come on.
I have to do that same treatment on Nick. I don't know about that. Okay. Let me see that belt though. Let me see your belt.
Okay.
See the what?
See
the belt.
Your belt.
Oh, you want to see the belt? Yeah. So we got the
Not everyone got to
Well, we
see
got the
it.
winner's belt. This is this. So it is.
It's
It just
W for
moved
winner.
too. And boom, just like that.
Oh
Hey,
my
man.
There you
gosh.
Humble
Nice.
Nick. Humble.
Neck.
Humble Nick. There you go.
Well, yeah, I started talking a lot of trash when we asked, like, hey, who's the chat's like, who's gonna win? I don't think like one or two people said me. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Everyone was saying like Tom or
Nah.
Matt or Barbie. I'm like, They're like, oh yeah, ICT doesn't work, so he can't win. Oh, okay. All right.
You had something to prove there.
It's kind of like that little meme, you know, with the guy's playing video games, and then he's like, all right, I'm gonna, go hard now, and he kind of leans up a little bit.
Yeah. So, but yeah. I mean, you got it. It was. I'm jumping into a long position now. I'm sorry.
Let's do it.
It's a little bit early. I know. I wanted to wait for a little bit bigger pullback here, but I jumped in and I'm targeting Asia high. Actually, I'm trying to get out earlier. 873 would be a good exit for me, I think. 873. Yeah, that would be the area. My stop loss would be, well, it's not going to be, it's like a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. It's not going to be perfect. As I said, I was a little bit impatient here. I'm going to set it just below like 830, 829 ish area. So we'll see if it's pushing higher or not. That's it. Let me just put it out
The
there.
buyers
Where
are
is it?
showing up so far. Let's see if they can push it.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
I'm like peeking over at your quant tower too. I've always been kind of curious about
Oh,
that. That's
I
not
mean,
one I've gotten into.
Quant Tower does a lot of things. I'm trying to get the trade here. Oh, here it is. I'm in drawdown. That's nice. Kind of cool. So
we were all born in drawdown, bro.
yeah, we're all born in drawdown. Actually, so this is what I should have been waiting for. I thought that this is going to be a much faster and stronger push to 873. It didn't go yet. Obviously, if it goes lower than 833, then I was just too early. And so this is it. So I'm not going to cry about it that much, just a little bit. After
There's no crying in trading.
Yeah, after the stream, I can do that. So not now, but it's fine. Yeah. So I'm just going to wait. Actually, yeah, I was a little bit too early on this one, but maybe on the next one. I still kind of like the idea that this should be like, especially after sweeping the lows, it would be nice to deliver the liquidity all the way up to Asia high, but I think I was too early on this. Yeah, it's too early.
That's the hard thing about this New York Open. It's like demands patience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
See, Terry gets in before New York Open, so that way, she's already
That's
ahead.
how-
Shouldn't have to be patient.
Yeah, that's how she does it. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see. But anyway, I'll be looking for the next one, obviously. And this was a bit of a heavy position for me, but I can get over it. Not a big deal.
Time to get over it. Time to move on.
Time to move on. I know. I also like I was reading the Mark Douglas books, and he always says, I like the workshops, which has been uploaded to YouTube. He always says, you got to make peace with the outcome. The second you make the trade, you just sit back and relax, and you got to accept before even taking the trade, actually. So you make peace with the outcome and just let it go. And that's it. So
yeah, no, you have to.
That's a lot easier said than done, though, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
You just got to train your mind, right? Like when we got those competitions account last week, I literally just said like, this is, I either get last place or I get first, Now, I didn't it was only one contract or 10 micros. So you could only, you can't like over leverage. And even if you do, you only make 10% or whatever. But I was just adding those trades in with some of the trades I was taking. But yeah, like the mindset was, I've already lost the money before I took the trade. So
exactly. And I like that.
Anything else, like if it
You
works
know what,
out,
though?
then that's lost money.
I think we're real good at accepting the positive outcome and not so good at accepting the negative outcome, especially new traders. That's a skill that you have to develop.
Exactly.
I've been in that a lot. It's like, I'm totally cool with this because it's going to win. and then it doesn't.
Well, yeah. That's, by the way, that's if you can get that skill to accept the losses beforehand, like even before taking the trade, like you're cool with whatever outcome is going to happen. I think that's a huge improvement in your trading style, because it makes it much easier, especially if you go by your trading setup, you go by your analysis. Once you accept those risks, then it definitely makes it much easier to go over the red days, especially. But
I did that with
anyway.
my live account too. Like, you know, I got a good bit of money in there. When I deposited it, like I already told myself, this is just money that I lost. Like this is going away, and that's a better expectation than coming in with, oh man, I got 15,000, 20,000 trade. Like I can make some money on this. Your expectations are, you're pretty hopeful, and you're just gonna do a lot of stuff that are uncharacteristic. You won't trade as good. So just pretend you lost.
Exactly.
Literally, that's like a cheat code right there. And
I've always considered that, like, that's the
lost.
cost of my, like, I was funding the cost to do business. Like, that's a tool for my job, my trading funds. Like, that's a tool that I need to do business, and I've invested in that. But it's not money once it's in my account that I funded.
Exactly. That's the cost of business. Yeah, exactly. This is what we talked about also earlier. So, well, this trade obviously is not going to be one of those better trades, but the thing is, I think after this, I'm just going to wait after 10 a.m. and see where the market will go. I think this is it for this one. Yeah, I'm out. So I'm just going to wait until after 10 and kind of trying to, well, actually I have a target on the downside too. So if there would be a displacement or market structure shift below like 784, I would jump into a short as well. But for now, I think I was just too early. Maybe I should just re-enter. But it was a heavy position. I'm not sure I will do that. I'm still bullish for now. But on the 5 minute, there's a beautiful fair value gap, by the way.
How many trades usually take in a session?
Well, 1 or 2. And throughout with London and New York, like 4 or 5 trades a day with London and New York. That's it so far. Like sometimes, I mean, I do have some accounts which are dedicated for more scalping, and some accounts are dedicated for very small positions, like 2 or 3 micros, and I'm able to hold those trades even throughout the day.
I like that.
Yeah, and
I try to do that too, where like this account is my NASDAQ 1 lots, this account is my MES 10 lots that I scale in and out of, and then I have to remember which one's which. I have to make a sticky note.
I also have like different strategies for different accounts. That's the way I try to go by. And as I said, for example, this account, I used to go in heavy and like try to scalp. This should have been a scalp trade. Now, I think even if I take another trade, that's going to be on a different account with a smaller position. I really thought that this is going to push higher, but it failed. So it's the waiting game right now. Any trades on your end or anything, or just sitting on the sidelines?
I was kind of trying just the long micros on ES, but it's doing the same thing where it's just like pittering out. I don't like taking any heavy positions on Monday mornings.
Yeah.
They make me extra nervous for some reason. I feel like the market has to shake out kind of an extra few days or something.
I agree.
I'm more patient on Mondays.
Yeah.
I feel like so many people will just, they had Friday and then they just come in like, oh yeah, I'm ready to take a trade. And that's how I used to be. So if I am like that and 90% of people in this game lose, then I know that's what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
You either do what the 10% are doing, or you do what the 90% are not doing. So that's how you win.
Exactly.
Good old best loser wins there, Tom Hogarth.
Yeah, that's it. That's an awesome book. That's a very good book. I still kind of feel like that this is going to go back up there. I kind of feel like that.
It has bullish vibes. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
It's just that initial push. You got to be so cautious of that initial push. I think that's what got you.
Yeah, the initial sweep got me, and the way I look at it is like it swept that 5-minute gap, and now I still have. I'm watching this on the 1 minute on my left here on Quant Tower. I'm watching this the 15, so I have multiple tabs open here. It definitely feels like it's ready to push to the Asia high. So I just got knocked out from this position, but it definitely feels like it's going for up there. Yeah, maybe I will re-enter.
Just being rude.
Yeah. Part of me wants to re-enter, but that was a heavy loss on my end. I mean, not a heavy loss, like it was about $400-ish dollars in profit down the red, but maybe on a different account. I will try it later. No, actually, you know what? The more I'm thinking about it, it's like, when you're driving and you're trying to overtake another car, and you're just hesitating, like, should I take, should I do it now? Should I just, overtake now? Should I, pass this car now? But if you're hesitating more and more, I just feel like, okay, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to follow this car, and I'm not going to do anything crazy. The same feeling got me right now. I'm hesitating to jump in for a second time, but I'm just not going to do it. Too much hesitation on my end. And I just lost like 15 points on this move again, or 20 on the upside. So I'm not going to chase it at this point. That's the thing. No more chasing.
Sometimes you got to recognize that you're not mentally reset for the trade.
Exactly.
That's the way I feel like it. Because you like you're talking about earlier, you have to be ready to accept that loss. And sometimes you're still licking your wounds.
Exactly. So we don't want that. Nevertheless, I'm still be curious how Asia high is going to go for later. So
let's go get it. I want to go get it.
It feels like you guys are in a trade. Are you guys in a trade or not?
Yeah, I'm a little bit long. I'm still in my little MES long.
You're a little bit long. How can you be a little bit long?
A little bit long. Yeah.
Because I didn't go full size because it's Monday and I'm scared on a Monday.
Okay. Right. A little bit long is cool.
That's the way I'll do my initial trades a lot, just in micros, but just to kind of get it. Sometimes you have to kind of get a feel for how the water's running today,
Yeah, exactly.
And instead of throwing my full normal position out for that, I like to just throw something small out, because sometimes you just kind of got to warm up a little bit and see how the order feels in the market a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, so far, the 5-minute kind of looks like it wants to do some barcoding, but
go get the highs.
Go get the highs.
or hang out a little bit so Tom can get back in and then go get the highs. I'm
fine. But it's really interesting to see this price action developing. And as I said, I will be very curious. I'm actually 90% sure that we're going to reach the 25K. Just a question like when, today or tomorrow? Yeah. I would say at latest time tomorrow, I guess on Tuesday in New York, we should be popping that level. I don't know what's going to be happening today since there's no news drivers. Maybe President Trump will tweet something, who knows? But I mean, until then, I don't know.
Do have an FOMC member speaking at noon, but I'm not expecting nothing too crazy. I could be wrong, but we got PMI tomorrow, so that's probably the bigger driver.
Yeah. So, would be interesting. So, any charts you guys are any analysis or anything that you're looking at, or a little bit
what
long?
I haven't looked at yet is crude. I usually look at that on a Monday. I haven't gotten to that one yet. I was looking at gold because I saw how it was.
Crude. You're trading crude, by the way, regularly?
I'm not trading crude, but I will mess with it from time to time. Wait, I'm on Colgate. How did I do this? Okay.
Wait, is that the toothbrush?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
I've done that before. Like you type in CL for the stock instead of the future, you get Colgate.
Oh, wow. I didn't know they were publicly traded. That's pretty cool.
But I mean, crude's been making a move lower. I was bearish on it last week, and it hasn't made that move lower. So I haven't come up with a new plan yet. But we are kind of coming into some support, so we'll see. I didn't get any good action on crude. I got a little distracted. I like to play, sometimes I'll play USO future, or not futures, options and things, so I can take some overnight moves. I'll also take the futures sometimes. But last week we were a little distracted by OKLO, so didn't get my crude trade on. We are kind of coming down into some support, though. I'm interested in that.
Nice.
Tom, you said you went long on gold like earlier?
Yeah, I was having a long position, but I closed it. I forgot to update you guys after the market opened. I closed it manually because it was. I mean, I just don't like the whole situation here. I thought that this is going to make a new high, so I closed it with a small loss. Not a big deal. It was on a different account, and right now for gold, the way I see it, I mean, as I said, I'm always kind of looking for these supply and demand zones. Obviously, I guess ICT would laugh all the way on me, like the way I describe these zones in my understanding. But in my perspective, there's a very good demand zone at 3730.8, which is around the midnight open, Eastern Standard Time, New York time, and maybe
37.8.
30.8, which is basically the let me see, which is the opening of the midnight candle. There is a demand zone. Maybe we can go down there, but it's not like an A++ demand zone, so it's basically not so beautiful. It's not so great.
I'm watching that 37.30 level too, like right around there's an hourly fair value gap right here. It could come down here and then wick higher and close above. But I'm watching that too before getting long, just because I can't buy up here, especially in the one of interest or anything like that. Earlier
before the MyFunded TV stream, I was like, man, this could be popping higher. So I just jumped in, and I was in a bit of a profit there. But yeah, I saw that it's just getting weaker. So after the open, I just closed it. But now it's just very hard to read gold right now. Actually, the way I turn to gold, because sometimes in London session, obviously the market could be much slower than in New York. So at those times, I turn a little bit to gold and try to find some good opportunities. But like 90% of the time, 90%, I go with NQ. But if I see something, I jump on gold as well. So, but right now, not much. I'm actually just curious how this Asia high is going to go by and for the rest of the session here. And that's it.
It has opened very bullish on the indexes.
Yeah.
Chat's commenting on that too. You guys think we're going to test lower, chat? Get that test lower so we can get back long?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to put in a 15-minute gap here. If we can do that, I would look to try to get long too if we can come back in here. I wanted to see. You can usually kind of see if you're going to get your move that you want if it happens super quick, right? Like right at open. Like that's when I wanted it to go lower. If it's not going to go lower, then it's probably going to go higher, especially if we do get an energetic move to the upside, like what we're having right now. I know Tom got stopped out at first, but this is still, even when he got stopped out, like it still wasn't flipped bearish yet. So I'm gonna be watching this 15-minute fair value gap in here for ESN and Q, and I'll be looking to target these Asia highs and just a round number, it's 25,000 level as well. I don't have anything at the moment.
At this point,
10 a.m. is a good time I like to wait to sometimes. If I don't have any sort of idea what the market's going to do, like from 9 to 9:30, and then even from 9:30 to 9:45, I'm like, I'm just going to wait till 10 because that 4-hour candle can usually, tell us a whole lot.
Exactly. That's what I do too. I mean, wait for the 10 a.m. hour and see what's going on from there.
What's popping?
Well, I still see bullish order flow and a bearish VIX, so everything's still looking bullish for me. Maybe no pullback.
Yeah, obviously on
Yeah.
my end, my biggest mistake in this trade was poor risk management. I should have just gone with like 5 micros so I could go with a bigger
Especially on
stop
a Monday
maybe.
morning.
But yeah, we'll see.
You just wanted to fill Terry's shoes and go balls to the wall.
I really wanted to make her proud, but don't worry, it will happen. It will happen. Yeah, I will try.
So what sessions do you trade? You trade London, you trade
Yeah.
New York AM session,
London.
and you do the lunch stream here too,
Well,
right?
basically, yeah. So I trade from like 2 a.m. Eastern Standard to usually like anywhere between 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern Standard. So that's like a healthy 2 hours of trading if I see a setup. Like most of the time, especially in the past couple of weeks, like maybe a couple of months, like August and well, so far September, it wasn't too productive. Like the London session was definitely slower than usual. So there was definitely a few days like we were just, yeah, the chat is awesome. We're having a good time. It's always some good topics, but usually we're just sitting through like without, I mean, no trades, just talking about trading and stuff for 2 hours and no trade because, despite the fact that I just jumped into a heavy position at the open here, I usually like maybe take 1 trade in a session and I patiently wait for the setup. But yeah, and at the 9:30 open, I open up the stream again and do like an hour or 90 minutes. And that's it so far. It's easy for me, as I said, because here in Hungary, it's convenient, all the time zones.
We're
Actually,
getting your spot right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. So now my original TP has been taken. So the analysis was good. Asia session is now getting taken
slightly
out.
rush. We'll get you. We just got to calm you down for tomorrow. We'll get that opening trade tomorrow.
We'll do that. Yeah.
You just rushed it by a smidge because you nailed the spot.
I rushed it. I was too soon and it is what it is. But actually it comforts me a little bit because I always ask myself at the end of the day or at the end of the week too, like, was my analysis correct? And I talk about this all the time in my segment. Like if we do some reflection, about our trading, I think one of the most important questions that we can ask ourselves, like, was my analysis correct? Amongst other things as well, obviously about risk management, blah, blah, blah. But was my analysis correct? Was my game plan correct? And, even though I lost this trade, that was because of poor risk management. It comforts me that, yeah, the analysis was good again. And that kind of gives me the confidence to continue. And just saying this to those of you guys who are brand new in trading, you got to do the journaling and mostly the reflections, the scorecard, everything. We talked about this.
There's 2 different skills there because there's the skill on figuring out kind of the key levels in the market and where the market is likely to go. And then the second skill that you have to develop is how to execute it and manage the trade.
Yeah.
I've always looked at it.
You can be right and not profitable. There's so many
Exactly.
I've been there before. I had to work through that. Like I speak from experience. It's like, what? Yeah. I had every single level. How did I lose money?
Yeah. I see all the time.
It's patience and trade management.
Exactly. And, just go back to Mark Douglas for a moment here. He was also saying in one of his workshops that, back in his time in the 80s, he was mostly a coach, by the way, trader too, but he was mostly a coach for traders. But he said that obviously it was a totally different environment and everything was different, technology and everything wise. But he said that obviously there are 2 kind of people in person in trading. One is more of an analyst who understands the charts, the market. The other one is the trader who executes the trade when that person sees the opportunity. Now it's very rare, and that's why trading is definitely hard. Like it's very rare to combine those 2 skills in one person. It's like he said, it's really like maybe 1 person out of 100 that can perfectly combine those 2 things. Like very good in analyzing the charts and obviously sees the opportunity and perfect execution. So that's like a rare thing. But obviously that's why we're working here, and that's what we're trying to achieve. Just saying my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, I think you're looking at someone who did that perfectly last week. I analyzed the charts, traded them very well. and that's how I was able to smoke everyone by the margin of 42%.
Yeah.
Even another ICT trader.
Not that you were paying a lot of attention to those numbers or anything.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, whoa, hey, can you chill out? I know you get a little hype when Dad starts talking, but we gotta calm down. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, we're gonna make a special guest here.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, like, I saw the question there, like, I think, do we have a guest? I'm just getting updated here. I think we do or not. I'm not sure, but let me know, because I think we have.
We're working on that, I think. There's the dog. So does your dog get to pick trades? Or just when you're done with them, maybe sometimes?
He helps me. He helps me a good bit. So this is Winston. When he wins is his Twitter handle. I could be lying there, but
so that's how Nick is doing it. So he's basically farming likes with his dog. So if that's what it takes, I'm just gonna get a dog myself here. Like,
well, what do you have? You seem like a cat person. You seem like the type that walks his cat on a leash.
We have a cat, by the way. I mean, it's not here right now in my apartment, but yes, I had a cat once in the stream. But I do like dogs too. But
what's your cat's name? Let me guess. Is it a Star Wars name?
Should be.
Yeah, no, you couldn't be far. I mean, her name is Sophie. Yeah, that's her name, Sophie.
Sophie.
Yeah.
Is it OFIA or is it IE?
Well, in Hungarian, it doesn't really matter. So SO. Anyway.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So actually, I was not the one who given her that name. So I was like, yeah, for me, she's just a nice cat. But yeah, we do like her. But maybe I'm gonna farm some likes as well for next time. I'm gonna bring her over. That should be fun.
Way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I gotta head over to the other stream. But yeah, no, it was fun. You're gonna be on here tomorrow, right, Tom?
Well, yeah.
I'm so excited to have an ICT bro on with him.
Yeah, no, I like having an ICT.
I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be drinking some ICT. Boom.
Oh,
what a joke!
You're the king of dad jokes.
You like dad jokes. Oh yeah, I am very bad at dad jokes, actually. So
yeah, no, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. The only level I'm really watching, I don't even know if we're gonna get it. Is the switch over here? Oh
yeah, so yeah, I totally forgot that Nick, you got things to do, right?
Yeah, I usually get out here at 10.
He ditches us early. Can you believe it?
Yeah, so that's why he didn't. Okay.
No. Now that Tom's on here, we should stay. But anyways, yeah, I'm watching the 15-minute gap on NQ and ES. I really won't care if ES takes that high. I'll just kind of like, it's not the day to trade for me. But I do feel really good about the rest of the week. It's red folder just about every day, but it's not too crazy. So just enough volatility to catch a trade. But
exactly,
yeah, I will. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. And
all right,
you guys have fun. Man. Don't have too much fun. You can have fun.
Well, just a little bit. Just a little bit more than usual. All right.
Y'all have fun. Take it easy.
All right. Have a good one.
That's
all right, everybody.
Such romance this week.
This
you thought you were going to be nervous about me, and now you've got Nick's going to have an ICT crush on you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is going to be an interesting week for sure. I was like, in my stream, everybody was scaring the hell out of me. Like, oh my God, Tom, you're going to be on one stream with Barbie. She's going to dominate you. Like, she's going to dominate the whole stream, and you're just going to be kicked back in the background. Like, you're going to be like so down. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like,
everyone always acts like I'm obnoxious all the time, and I'm super chill. It's actually kind of funny.
There you go. So, okay.
They were saying I must be a really aggressive driver and everything too. It was like, yeah, I chill trade and then I drive aggressively.
Okay. So you are an aggressive driver, right? I'm
not.
You're not. Okay. Because I thought, okay.
No, I complain about that because I pick a kid up at the high school. I go to the middle school and everybody's all slow and watching out. And then you go to the high school and you have to like try to not get run over by the students. So
Oh, I see.
know I'm not an aggressive driver.
Okay. Well, I just told this story to Luke on the phone. Like when I got my license, here I was 17 years old when I got the driver's license to drive a car. So my first thing I was asking my father, like, "Hey, Dad, can you just can I just borrow your car because I want to go and just have some fun?" And obviously he said, "Yeah, sure. Here you go, son. Just take the car." So my first drive, when I was alone with the car, finally with my fresh driver's license, I went straight into an accident, upside down into a ditch. So that's true story. Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah, on my first drive with the fresh license, it's true story, into the ditch. It was winter. The roads were slippery and icy, and thank God nobody else was involved. I was driving like an idiot, and obviously I slipped on the road and into the ditch. And obviously my father, he was very upset. So anyway, true story.
Probably didn't get to drive for a little while after that.
Yeah, I was grounded for sure. So it is what it is.
I was really careful. I mean, I had to buy my own car and I spent a whopping $700 on it. So that means I also spent a lot of time fixing it and making it go and stop.
Well,
I was very careful with it.
Well, that's actually at least you could be sure that you're not going to drive like 100 miles an hour, maybe, or who knows.
Well,
obviously, I don't know. It depends on what car it was.
The speed limits out here, well, not like in town, but the speed limits in Texas can get up to 85 miles an hour. So, we've got to go a little bit faster than that. So we can drive pretty fast in Texas, but that's out where you can see all around, and there's not much danger out there.
I see. Well,
we do like to drive a little fast in general, I guess, in Texas, but it's big. Like, if I leave now and drive for 6 hours in any direction, I'm still in Texas.
That's actually good. And guess what? My country is so small. You can actually drive through, like, from the far east part of the country to the farthest west part of the country in like 3 hours. So that's crazy. It's a small country, yeah. So I can, whichever direction I go, I can travel to like 6 or 7 different countries in about really 90 minutes. I can be down in Italy or Croatia whenever, like in a few hours, I'm down at the beach.
That's why they say that Americans aren't well traveled, but it's because we go to all the different states all the time.
Yeah. Well, actually, like, I don't even know, but I know that, like, for example, Texas is like 10 times bigger than my country. So anyway,
you can fit like a lot of Europe inside of Texas.
yeah, exactly.
But we've got like pieces of property. There are ranches in Texas that are bigger than countries and even a couple U.S. states.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Totally different dimensions there. By the way, I'm still keep looking at these markets and I'm trying to figure out where to go. It seems like this one wants to break that 888, which was Friday high. I think it's most likely.
I have the 88 level marked on there too. Actually, the 888. That was actually my target for my little long.
Okay, well, I think
I got out a little bit early when it started slowing down. That's why I'm wondering if this is the spot where I would expect it to slow down or reverse or pull back or refuel or whatever it is. Yeah, because we're at that 20 area on ES too.
Yeah, and this is why, I mean, the 10 a.m. session, I mean, the 10 a.m. hour just started, and like, I'm kind of curious, like, what the market really wants here. And the thing is, I think it's just going to engage even higher. So I'm kind of watching.
Push. That's what I'm not touching the short right now. So
yeah, me neither. No way. I think it's just going to go through the 900. I hope we
get like a retracement that I can then buy again.
Yeah, I want to do that too.
And roll bullish.
For now, all I could imagine is maybe jump into another like scalp thing, something, which I'm not sure I want to do, but I have a very strong conviction that we should be busting through that 900 level, I think, even in this AM session. But some liquidity sweep
That
would be
awesome.
yeah, that would be mandatory here. I would love that.
Just also looking for like at this time of day, I would expect it to make some effort to grab some more orders lower before it tries to move back higher. But we'll see. This is why I want to be patient right now.
Yeah,
Not
there's
buy
a
highs.
there's a gap down there at somewhere around 855. It would be awesome to see it go lower and pick up some orders from that area. I kind of like it. Yeah, I think that's going to be my plan. If this one goes down to, to get some orders at below like 855 ish area, then I'll be like looking for some sort of a reversal to the upside. So like going down slower and then building some structure and then displacement higher. So this would be something I would be looking into. I just have a feeling that there might be not enough time for this. Maybe for the PM session it will do it, but I'm definitely staying on the bullish side. Yeah.
But I am waiting to see if we get that pullback here, just because we're at kind of those limits.
Yeah.
Hopefully, because I'm not in anything now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit frustrated about that trade I took earlier. Not that I
think you were just too excited. I was. You're
the pressure, the chat, everybody was just saying, do it. Everybody was, do it, man, do it.
That's the morning session for you.
There you go. Yeah. So I was a little bit too excited. I was very confident in the Asia high because I was following the narrative and trying to read through like what was happening, and I was like very at least 70 or 80% confident that we should be going for that Asia high, but the risk management was a little bit poor.
I have to work on that too. Like when Terry's hopping in a trade, I may not see something, but that excitement of what she got, like then I feel like I need to be in a trade. So I've had to learn on that extra patience. Like that's a Terry trade. We're waiting for a Barbie trade.
Tom was about to tilt. No, trust me, Capricorn. I trust me. When I'm on tilt, you will know when I'm on tilt. Is that
what happened to your challenge account?
Nah, not really. Yes and no, because actually I was like, let's go all in. I need to reach that 100% profit there, and I was like, I was opening position left and right, so I can call it tilt, I guess. But when I saw that, my losses were a little bit too much, I was like, okay, who cares? So I just let it go. And then you
that's what happened. Right?
But guys, if I'm going to go on tilt in these next few days by covering Terry, you guys will see me going on tilt. I hope not, because that's when like Barbie is going to talk to me and Nick is going to talk to me, and I'm going to hear like a noise, like, yeah, something I hear, but I will not care about what they are saying. I will just push it. One more trade, one more position, one more contract.
That's a good skill to have too, though. I mean, I've had to do that having the trading community too, because everyone's like, oh, but I like the short here. I like the long here. It's like, but what do I like? And that's actually really important to your trading, is seeing the things for yourself and seeing your own setup. So in the end, that stuff ends up being a good trading skill if you can wade through the weeds there a little bit. Well, here we go with that move lower. Let's see how low
let's see. Let's see if obviously the move lower is cool, and that's awesome. That's just part one. Even before I try to go, I mean, if we want to go super aggressive, we can jump in on that liquidity sweep. But what I've learned or what I experienced so far is that if I jump in, it's just going to go lower. So I'm just going to wait I'm just going to wait for a structure. Basically,
it's not quite there yet. I'm kind of watching the VWAP area on EST around 67.10, but it might end up being a little bit higher than that. I think that's lining up with your 850 or 55 area.
Yeah.
That's kind of the ideal retest, and that could take a minute here. So
that could. So I need that extra confirmation. Even if I would jump into another long here, I need that structure and I need that shift to the upside again. And when that happens, I will be confident to jump into that long. But until then, it's just the sidelines.
I get asked a lot, like if I see this retracement and I see this thing coming up, why don't I take that? And I think it's partly like when I see the market being bullish for the day, I just personally have a really hard time taking those counter trend moves, even if they're little scalps,
Yeah.
just because I want to be real careful with my entry, and I'm kind of planning that bullish entry. So it's hard for me to think about both at the same time. I know
Yeah.
some traders are really great at that, not me.
Yeah. Many traders are very good, and spotting those reversals. I tried it many times. Many accounts are blown up, and the second I jump into a short, even just for a few points, it's just going to spike higher. I burn myself countless times. I don't even know how many times. So the pain is so real in my head. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to wait. So
If we're in a really nice range that's set up, and we're not going to have that in the morning session, that kind of starts to develop more over the lunch hour and things. But when we have something like that, that's when I find it easier to take the long and the short back to back. But yeah, in this case, I do get that question a lot, but I am totally fine waiting for the opportunity that I like better than every little opportunity.
Exactly. So it seems to me that on the micro, it did go into the gap like with one tick. I'm not sure about the mini. I think the mini also took it. So, usually what they say is even one tick can change the narrative. So it definitely picked up some orders. It seems like it's spiking higher, but obviously it's not enough. I need to see more structure before taking
Well, we're hanging
anything.
on. Is that last week's close there around the 860 level? So I'm kind of watching to see if we hold that too.
Yeah, I think we will, by the way.
Or is that settlement? It's one of those, it's one of those overnight levels that I've marked there around 860.
Yeah. I think this level could hold. At least it does look like it. So
I'm gonna wait just a little bit still though. I think we haven't finished that rotation lower totally yet. So
yeah, we might go a little bit lower. By the way, I mean I was kind of like always checking the stream when you guys were starting with Terry and Nick, and obviously I'm streaming in my channel, but I really wanted to ask you about, you might have talked about this a lot, but I don't really know exactly what is your specific trading style, or is there something that you can tell me about what you're looking for? Is there it's like a opening range breakout, or is there some price action pattern that you're looking for? Like what is it that you're usually
I started just learning very basic support and resistance. That was where my focus was early on. So I just naturally see, like on the higher time frame charts, I can't untrain that. I always see the support and resistance levels. So I'm always waiting for a key level to enter, exit. I try to keep everything as simple as possible. So I'm going to do my charting anyway, because I'm trained on that. So I have my levels, and then once we're at a level, then I look for an entry signal, and it's little price action tricks and things. The opening range breakout's an outlier to that, because that's really using its own level off of the opening range. But in general, I'm looking for either a reversal or a breakout at a key level. So I'm looking at price action. I made this little tool on my chart. It's watching the MACD on with specific settings. It's the squeeze, the TTM squeeze that John Carter makes. It's his MACD settings that he uses in that. And then I put it on multiple time frames, and it helps me kind of see when the rotations are coming on intraday charts.
Nice.
And so I'm just kind of looking for little hints like that. I watch VIX a lot. And I watch all of the markets together to just kind of see how they're reacting. If I get an A+ setup, it's because we got a really strong, usually reversal, but it can also be a breakout signal at a level. And I have confluence from VIX and order flow, because I watch the order flow also.
I see. That's cool.
So
That's good.
That adds that volume component to it. So I've got the key levels where all the orders are being placed, and then with order flow and things, I get a little bit of the volume component, and so I can kind of, it's all of those major puzzle pieces, and it's just the way that I put them together.
Yeah, and it helps you to filter out obviously the higher probability moves, and that's cool. That's kind of cool. I like it. Yeah, well, it seems like there is a market structure shift here on the 1 minute. That's interesting. I might jump into another trade, but let me just do it differently this time. If I see a pullback, maybe I can do it. Maybe I can go for the 900. How about that? Maybe I can go for the 900. Should I jump in? I'm thinking about it. go to micro.
It's a little bit hard just because we're at highs, but this is kind of the spot. I'm watching the VIX. It's getting kind of congested, but it's at a good spot where it has room to come back down lower.
Yeah, I'm trying to go for that 900 with a very small position just to see if this one might try to go for that round number up there. It's a very small position.
500 or 25,000, like you were saying this morning.
Yeah, right now I'm just curious to see if there's a attempt to go to that 900. It's on a different account. I'm only doing this with like 3 micros, so if I make it up there, I'm gonna make like a super awesome $130 on this one. But it's
steak dinner.
Yeah, but it's on a funded account at least. So I'm just curious if this one goes, and that's it for now. So nothing special. But hey, why not? Why not? I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. So why not just go on tilt if we can?
This is all-time highs on NASDAQ too, isn't it?
Yes.
We're not quite there on ES. We've got like 10 more points.
Yeah, we're getting
so that
there.
might be part of why it's getting a little bit weird up here.
Yeah, I'm really curious if we're gonna hit that 900. We had that liquidity grab or sweep or whatever. There was a shift and now it's pulling back. So again, I was too soon. But if it goes lower than the 53, I'm okay perfectly. Then obviously, as you said, we might just have to wait until maybe go down to 820 or whatever.
It is trying to rotate. We'll just have to see if they get it.
Yeah.
It's gotten real slow out there. That's what makes me nervous. But
yeah, it is. So I don't even know. I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit excited by these scalp trades now. But if I'm looking at my traditional entry setups, I had none of those this morning on NQ. So right now, this one and the one after the market opened, these for me are my usual scalps, if I can say that. But if I don't have my zones, my supply and demand zones, I'm just not that much confident in the trade. So anyway, that's just a little bit of an extra excitement for me to take this one, but we'll see. I'm just curious.
I know you use a lot of ICT concepts, but like, what's kind of your general trading strategy?
Well, I use ICT concepts, but I mean,
you have to make your own way with them, no matter how you do it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So first, when I relearned trading or started everything all over, I had a mentor a few years ago. He was a great guy, and he was all about supply and demand zones, and that was in 2021. And I learned a lot from him. And then I also got to follow ICT and his videos on YouTube. But the thing is, the only thing that I stuck with is the classic 2022 entry model, and basically the fair value gap and the pullback and the usual stuff. And all the other concepts, like other than the usual market structure and liquidity points, and other than that, I'm not really following his concepts. It's just I want to say, like, I'm not following him this year. I wasn't really following him last year. So I learned the basics about this so-called smart money thing, but I'm kind of mixing it up with that supply demand zones, and basically that's it. So no special ICT thing that I'm aftering. So I know there's like the
sounds kind of similar to what I do. Like you've got the spots in the market where you're watching for things to happen, and then you deploy entries there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like you said, like I really did a lot of backtesting, and I was like countless hours, days, nights, weeks, months went by, especially back in those years and in 2021. And I was like, I'm looking for. So the way I'm thinking is that I need a clean target. If I don't see a target, I don't care if I see an ICT 2022 entry. I don't care if I see a moving average crossover or whatever is the entry model. I'm not interested. If I don't see that spot that I'm looking for, I don't care. So without the spot, without that anticipation of where price would go, I just don't care about the whole situation. And so ever since then, I'm trying to spot those supply and demand zones. That's the only thing I'm looking at. The first thing I'm opening up the chart is I call it since ICT can call it his algorithm, I can call it my demand
You can
zone.
call
So
whatever you want.
I'm just going to call it my demand zone and my supply zone. But that's what I'm looking for. If I see the target and the price goes into the direction, I jump in. Otherwise, I don't really care. And that's it. Trying to simplify it for myself as much as possible.
Well, that's what it is, right? We learn all this stuff, and then you have to find your simplified version that speaks to you, and that's ends up being your edge.
Yeah. So, and just to add something more to the ICT stuff. So I'm not like a cult member or anything. As I said, I'm not following him that close. Oh my God, Nick. So anyway, I'm not a cult member. I was maybe for a little while, for a few months back then. I thought that I'm going to be Neo from the Matrix, but I'm not following him. I was the impact that it got me is, I mean, back in 2023, I was having some health issues. I was in hospital for weeks, and I was just, just laying in the bed in hospital. So all I could do is listen to his 4-hour Twitter spaces. And obviously that's why I know some stuff about it. But otherwise, I'm not like a member, but I do accept that there's a lot of educational stuff there. But I simplified it. I took the ones that I like.
You said something key there, though. You had tons of time on your hand to listen to all those videos.
Exactly.
It's not presented in a quick, concise manner at all.
Oh yeah. Lots of time back
by
then. By design. So obviously, I'm thankful for the lessons and for the lectures, but all I did is just took like 1 or 2 concepts, quote unquote concepts. I took those and I just mixed it with the supply and demand thing, and that is all. And I never did a strategy hop. I didn't try anything else since then. I'm doing the same exact thing.
If you didn't strategy hop, you're a unicorn. Everybody strategy hops.
I mean,
I have too. I've jumped. Okay, well, I'm going to try this. Well, I'm going to try that. I didn't like that this week. I'm going to try this other new thing. I definitely had my era of trying everything.
Yeah, I mean, we all had that. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that on my end. Yeah, I did try a few things back then also. Like I tried support and resistance. I tried trend lines. I tried some indicators as well. Then when I started to learn about supply and demand, that's where I actually stopped, if I should say that. And still in the meantime, including today or like in the past 12 months, I'm also testing, by the way, an indicator system, which I haven't really talked too much about. It's based on moving averages, but it's not like a different thing. I'm basically using it to optimize my entries for the zones that I'm looking for. So I haven't really changed the core of my concept. I'm just trying to optimize some entries with the help of some moving averages. Yeah, a little bit of a fine tune, and maybe that's what I'm looking for. I mean, that's what I'm working for in the background, but we'll see how it goes.
That's what I like at this stage of trading anyway, is that instead of like trying to find the way I'm going to trade and the method I'm going to use, I can talk to other traders and say, oh, that's a cool idea. I wonder if I can incorporate that into the stuff that I'm already using and already looking at, instead of just scratching everything and starting fresh.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the best way to go. And obviously for new traders as well, if you find something that fits your characteristics, the way you trade, stay with that. And instead of strategy hopping, try to optimize it for the best results. Don't try another thing on every other week, but optimizing a system that presumably have an edge or has an edge, obviously do the backtesting and such. That's the way to go instead of strategy hopping, I think. And there's a lot of good systems out there, obviously, for free. And
I'll have that too, where I'll come to the charts and things don't quite make sense to me that day, even though I have all of this training and all of this setup. Some days I come to the charts and they still don't totally make sense to me. And I know that either like I'm mentally off, or it's the market's just not really setting up well for me. And it's okay to take that day either lighter or off and kind of regroup, because the opportunity comes back. Sometimes the market's just kind of messy. And instead of like trying to scratch everything I know and start a new strategy, at least these days, I'm able to say, you know what, something's just off today, whether it's me or the market, and it's okay to wait until things look better.
Exactly. And by the way, how long have you been trading? I don't know. I'm not sure if I know
I haven't
that.
been trading futures that long. I started trading futures, I think 3 years ago.
Mhm.
I started trading, I was day trading options before that in 2020, 2021. Before that, I was just buy and hold, or I would try to day trade stocks. I didn't understand how people were making so much money because I didn't understand derivatives and leverage yet.
Mhm.
So 2020 is really when I was like, okay, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to figure out what they're all talking about. Started with options. I still use options, but I usually use them for swing trading more than day trading because futures
Nice.
just move so nice.
Yeah, right. I love it. I keep getting asked like, "Hey, Tom, why don't you trade the ES?" Well, I would say try to trade the ES in London session. It's basically boredom. It's absolutely boredom. Like it's untradeable. Trust me, you cannot trade it in London session.
So you trade the
So-
NASDAQ then?
Yeah, 90%, always NASDAQ. And yeah, oh, look at that. TP just hit. Yeah, awesome. So yeah,
Nice.
NASDAQ 90%, 10% gold. And the way I as I said to Nick, like I chose gold sometimes because even in London session, sometimes NQ is just unplugged. It's not moving
Yeah.
anywhere. So we need to do
That's why I
something.
started looking at crude. When I need something that's not an index, crude was kind of my girl. Then we started getting into weird OPEC stuff, and I started looking at metals too. But it's nice to just kind of have those backup things. But yeah, I don't miss data burning all the time. I do like the swing trade. You know what it's done is using futures for day trading is taking the pressure off of my options trades where I'm able to just let those swings run. And I love that. I've had massive swing trades since letting that account just take bigger trades and then focusing on my day trading with futures.
So that kind of gives me the impression like you like to hold on to trades longer. So like you're not that kind of typical scalper. Yeah. So
I will scalp, but in general, even as a day trader, like I'm perfectly comfortable holding trades 45 minutes, 2 hours during the day.
Exactly the same. Me as well. Perfect. Nice.
Like I'll take some scalps when I see a little opportunity and there's not much else, but
yeah, you see, guys, we don't need Nick here. Me and Barbie, we can handle it. Don't worry, guys. Yeah. What's the? Oh my gosh, I think Ash is around somewhere. Yeah, he's here. How is this goes? Are we welcoming him together? Yes or no?
It's
I
always
don't know.
a surprise to me.
Oh, it's a surprise. Okay, so it's gonna be a surprise. Yeah, I think he's around. Yeah, Ash is gonna be.
Sometimes we throw Ash in. Sometimes we chat with him for a minute.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, this was an interesting market open.
Oh, we're adding him. We get to chat with Ash.
Oh, here he is,
there
the man of the
is.
hour. Hey there.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
We've been messing with some longs. What about you?
Yeah.
I haven't had anything today yet. A little bit of a slow morning. I had some errands to run in the morning, so I'm actually just getting to the office and love to see another new all-time high out of NQ.
Yeah, that's what we do now.
Well, yeah.
Stocks only go up.
Yeah, this I think we should be seeing that 25K. Maybe not today, but we're just 100
so
points
close.
away.
We're less than 100 points.
Yeah, it's in the cards. In PM session, it can easily do it by 4 PM, I think. Who knows?
I personally love these days, to be honest. I could just sit here and watch the long-term bags just do whatever.
That's kind of nice
whatever
too.
they want to do.
Okay. So you're not having difficulties trading at all-time highs, Ash, right?
The day trading definitely is a little more difficult, but in terms of long-term bags, I mean, I have a bunch of QQQ, a bunch of SPY, a bunch of Tesla too. Tesla, I don't know if you guys.
Oh yeah, you're feeling good about that one.
Oh yeah.
444. I thought it was going to be 420.
Nice. Okay. Well, I just want to say this was a great session. I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, but it seems like Barbie spared my life. So
I didn't eat you today.
Yeah. So I think we can hand it over to Ash. And Ash, don't be surprised. I'll be coming back shortly. So I'll be here.
So are you taking Terry's spot? Is that?
Yeah. I'm taking Terry's spot. Yeah, definitely. So
I told him he needs a lower cut shirt.
Yeah. So maybe I'll try that for tomorrow. Maybe we'll see. So
Well, hopefully Terry takes it home over there. It looks like she's joined into a nice competition.
Yeah, we agreed that we're gonna split the money with the mods and the hosts, so it's kind of cool, I think.
I would love that.
Me too. All right, Ash. Barbie, it was awesome to be with you guys this morning, and everything was great.
Yeah.
And
We'll hit it even harder tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. So
I like trading Tuesdays. Mondays are not my favorite. I like Tuesdays usually.
Yeah, Tuesday should be better. So Ash, take it away, and I wish you a great session.
Perfect.
Thank you,
I
Barbie.
hope you guys have a great day.
All right, cheers.
We'll see ya.
Hey, good morning, chat. I don't know why my camera is not focusing properly. Not sure what the deal is with that. How do we get this thing to refocus? What's going on here? Here, maybe let me turn the light on real quick. Maybe that'll change the camera. I don't know why it's fuzzy. Let's see. Did that make? Oh, that might have worked. That might have worked, chat. Alrighty. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another week in the market. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Any trades yet today? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. Just going to take a moment, say good morning to the community, see how everybody's doing, and then we'll start to get into some of the analysis and what we have going on for today and this week. Good morning, Solo. Good morning, Capricorn. Good morning, Rap Real Me. Good morning, MG Wall Street. Good morning, Drew. Good morning, MS. Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Jay Booz. Good morning, Marcelito. Good morning, Mike. Raphael Trades, good morning. Trader HCH, how are you doing today? Youssef, good morning. Ezra, good morning. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. I'm very excited to get back on here with you all. We'll get into some price action in just a moment. Just wanted to say good morning to everybody. And let's see how everybody's doing so far today. Couple 1s, couple 2s. All right, pretty 50-50 to start the day. Good morning, Zavid. Couple more 1s, couple more 2s. All right, pretty 50-50. Mr. Delusional is up $800. Let's go. W for Mr. Delusional. Man, up $800 on the day. I'd call it a day if I was up $800. Couple more 1s, couple more 2s. Good morning, Greek. How are you doing today? Passed an eval for Alexander. Congratulations. Let's throw a W in chat for Alexander. Very good job getting into the funded account. Couple more 1s. It looks pretty 50-50 so far. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. Not feeling well? Oh, well, hopefully you feel better. Get a bunch of water in. Get some nutrition in. Get some sunlight. Hopefully that'll help. Couple more 1s, couple more 2s. Good morning, Jerson. How are you doing today? Good morning, Magnus. Hope your day is going well. Abhishek, what's up? Denny, up $1,500. Completely expected out of you. Amazing job. Good morning, Abby. How are you doing today? All right, let's take a look. Everybody knows I like to do a weekly outlook to start the week. We like to get out here on the higher time frames. That way we could prepare ourselves for what we're looking at moving forward on the week. So let's take a look. Let's actually start with EU, Dixie, oil. Let's do those first because we're going to end on NQ and ES, and that's what we normally trade for the day. So I'd rather finish with those so we can watch them during the time of. So you can see some of my annotations here. When I'm creating a game plan, I'm on the daily chart and I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Okay, so in my opinion, the most recent thing that has happened was this bullish FEG here was invalidated when price closed below it here. For that exact reason, I'm looking to see if this invalidated FEG can now provide resistance for lower prices. Okay, so if this area provides resistance for price, then I'll look for a move to this swing low here. Very simple, very straightforward. All I do is look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. So for this week's game plan on Euro, I'm looking to see if this area right here, this gray box, provides resistance for lower prices. That's what I have for EU. And so EU is inversely correlated to Dixie. So it's essentially the same exact information, okay? Just inversely correlated. So Dixie did the same thing. Okay, we had a bearish FEG here that was invalidated when price closed above it here. For that reason, I'm looking to see if this area of price provides support for higher prices. Okay, so very simple. I'll look for higher prices to this swing high here if this area here continues to provide support for price. Okay, so higher prices on Dixie, lower prices on Euro. Oil is still the same outlook that we had last week. So last week, we were also looking at this breaker block, right? So we have, here's the breaker here, swing high, swing low, new high, new low. This right here is the bearish breaker. And when we created this bearish breaker, we also had a bearish FEG when we did that. So that's a daily bearish unicorn right there. For that reason, I'm looking at this area to act as resistance for lower prices. And we're targeting the equal lows here. All right, so taking a look at lower prices on oil, higher prices on Dixie, lower prices on Euro. Top over to NQ and ES. NQ and ES, this is clear as day. I don't really know how to make it any more simple than this. You know, we are crushing higher prices. Price just keeps going higher, right? Like there's no emotion or feeling about it, right? It's just objectively looking at price. It's very clear that price just keeps going higher, right? Price doesn't care about your opinion. Price doesn't care about how you feel, right? If you think, oh, I'm going to call the top. We're in all-time highs. We need some kind of pullback. We need some kind of retracement. You know, price is overextended. We're you know, overbought. Whatever you want to call it. Price doesn't care about how you feel. It continues to keep crushing new all-time highs. Both NQ and ES. Again, another new all-time high today. ES is still reaching for it now, but plain and simple, the bulls are in control very clearly and very decisively. So what I have to say about that is there's no analysis needed, right? Until something changes, I'm going to just keep looking for higher prices. Something needs to be so clear and decisive that we're turning around, right? Like imagine this being a down closed candle, right? Imagine this is a huge down closed candle. Then maybe I'll consider the bears are stepping in, right? Until then, there's nothing else you can say about this. They just keep going higher. It's that simple. You don't need to look at swing points. You don't need to look at FEGs. You don't need to look at the daily open. You don't need to look at cracks in correlation. You don't need any analysis for this. It's very simple. You're either going to the top right of the screen or you're going to the bottom right of the screen. And we are going towards the top right of the screen. So until that stops happening, I'm going to remain bullish. You don't need any technical analysis for that. That's just simply looking at price, right? That's just being objective. That is without influence, right? You could be subjective where you allow your opinion to change the way you think, or you could be objective, meaning read price like a book. Forget about how you feel, forget about what you think, and just look at what price is currently doing and efficiently react to it, right? So price is currently reaching higher right now. So efficiently reacting to that, it would be better to be looking for longs than looking for shorts. Okay? So what I have to say about that is don't try to be the hero. Okay? Don't try to be the guy that says, or the girl, don't try to be the person that says, I called the top. I told you that we were going to dump from here. I told you that, this is the reversal. Who cares what other people think? Okay? The only thing that matters is you come in here and make money every single day. Okay? So until price says something very definitively, very clearly, I'll keep looking for higher prices for NQ and ES. All right, so just a quick recap one more time. We'll just throw an arrow on the screen so everybody can see. Higher prices on ES, higher prices on NQ, lower prices on oil. We're looking to see if this area could provide support for higher prices on Dixie. Lastly, Euro. Looking to see if this area provides resistance for lower prices on Euro. So before I move forward with intraday action, does anybody have any questions regarding the weekly outlook? Before I move forward in the next portion of the segment, does anybody have any questions regarding the weekly outlook? Throw it in chat and we will go over them before we move into intraday action. Ash, we even had a bullish unicorn during Asia Open. We made new all-time highs as well. Let's take a look at Asia Open. All right, Asia Open. Unless it's on the 1 minute chart, I don't see anything. Hold on, let me get over to it again. All right, so this is Asia Open here. I don't see any bullish unicorn. So maybe you're talking about a different asset. We can take a look at ES. Asia Open. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're looking at in terms of Asia Open. I don't see any bullish unicorns here. This is Asia Open right here. Ash, do you use SMT rules 100%. Like, you never short the strongest pair. All right. You have to understand that there is no guarantees. All right. So if you think that I do something 100% of the time, I'm here to tell you that does not happen. I do not believe in perfection. Okay. You should be capable of making mistakes. All right. If you want to say 60% of the time, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe 70% of the time, sure. But yeah, I definitely make mistakes 30 to 40% of the time, and I'm okay with that. So if you think that you could be perfect 100% of the time, I think that that is a little unrealistic. So you should be okay with failing. You should be okay with making mistakes. Here's ES's new all-time high. So there you go. The bulls are still in control. They are not stopping for anybody. But just hear me clearly. I make mistakes. I'm human just like everybody else. There are times where I lack in discipline, lack in patience, where I break rules, where I make mistakes too, but I learn from them. It's okay to make mistakes. So 70% of the time, yeah. 60% of the time, yeah. But there has been times where I've taken trades without SMT. There has been times where I've used SMT incorrectly. I'm okay with making mistakes. No, what I mean is you never short the strongest pair. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. There has been times where I made mistakes. There has been times where I've shorted the stronger pair. There has been times where I longed the weaker pair. I have made mistakes, and I'm okay with that. If you think you're going to be perfect with any portion of this business, I'm here to tell you that that's very unrealistic. That's very unrealistic. There has been times where I've made mistakes, and that's okay. So any questions about the weekly outlook before we move forward to our intraday action? Hi, Ash. How to set targets in such a bullish trend? Just use risk to reward. Right? I look to do 1 to 2 risk to reward. Right? So even if there are no targets above us, right? This is all-time highs right up here. Just use a certain amount of points, right? If you're trading, if you're using a 15-point stop loss on NQ, then just target 30 points, wherever 30 points is. Right? Because clearly there's no information to the left here. Right? We can't use prior information because this is all-time highs. This is new territory. So instead of using swing points, instead of using FVGs, or instead of using session highs and lows for targets, focus on your risk management. Right? If you're risking 15 points, look to target 30 points or more. Hi, Ash. Do you think we can get to FOMC lows by the end of week? Look at NQ. I do not attempt to predict the future. So I'm not going to sit here and say that by the end of Friday, we'll make it to this swing low here. I do not attempt to predict the future. I would rather efficiently react to the information that's being presented. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Nobody does. If somebody had a crystal ball to tell you exactly where price is going, you'd never hear from them because they would probably just buy their own island and go live a very happy life because they know exactly what's going to happen. So no, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what's going to happen in 2 hours from now. I'd rather be objective. I'd rather efficiently react to price. And also, that just goes completely against my, the trend here. It's very clear that we're very bullish. So just in terms of price action itself, this would be a very deep retracement. So price would need to have a huge reversal here. Ash, the thing is that people will trade a strat, and the first time it fails, they go strat searching again. Yeah, we definitely have talked about that. Strategy hopping is one of the worst things for you. So if you are going to be strategy hopping, then you're not focusing on what matters. What matters is your risk management. So you need to get to the point of sticking to one strategy. That way you can learn the ins and outs of it. That way you can focus on learning about yourself. This game is truly 80% mental and 20% chart. So if you're sitting there strategy hopping, then you're never going to even learn about your own emotions, your own thoughts, your own risk management. TT, I just answered your question. So you're asking if we can reach FOMC lows. I literally just answered that. Ash, how do you tell which one is the stronger in SMT? So here's SMT real quick. When you're looking for strength, you're analyzing the lows. Okay, so take a look at this. You're using two correlated assets. So let's say the one on the left is NQ, the one on the right is ES. When you're looking for strength, you're analyzing the lows, right? So look at these lows here. Look at these lows here. You're using the same 2 points in time. So this is the 10 a.m. low right here. This is the 11 a.m. low. So we're using correlated assets. We're using the same 2 points in time. Okay. When two correlated assets are doing something different, right? This is different because NQ made a lower low. ES made a higher low. So the pair that makes a higher low is going to be the stronger pair. That's how we analyze SMT. That's how we find the stronger pair. Very good question. Who won the competition? Nick came in first. I came in second. Barbie came in third. Awesome competition. Hopefully we do it again at some point in time. I had a lot of fun, so I'll definitely do it again if everybody else wants to do it again. Ash, please mention prices, brother. Prices for what? What are we talking about here? I don't understand the question. Please mention prices. Where do you long Dixie, Ash? I don't long Dixie. I trade NQ and ES, so I have no interest in executing on Dixie. Ash, in the instance, how do you know the stronger one? We just talked about SMT. I just showed you an example of SMT. Sir, I have a question about your today's trade. I have not taken a trade today, so I'm not sure what you're pointing to. I have yet to take a trade today. Morning, Ash. Great job this month. Hey, Hazi, how are you doing today? Very nice to see you. Ash, do you trade RTY? No, I focus on NQ and ES. I only trade NQ and ES. I mean, I have long-term positions, but that's an investment. That's completely different than day trading. The trade that you posted on the Instagram story. Yeah, check the date on that trade. The date is on the screenshot. Just check the date. Do you trade IRL to ERL or ERL to IRL? Yes, that is how I create a bias. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Right, so FEGs is considered IRL. Swing highs and swing lows are considered ERL. We've had many discussions about bias. I also have videos regarding it as well. So I obtain a bias on the daily time frame. Then on the hourly time frame, I look for higher time frame points of interest to search for my entry function. A lot of people do trade RTY because it gives trends on every day, kind of. What's your thoughts on that? I cannot comment on RTY. So anytime I don't have information, I'm not going to respond because I'm not going to give low quality information. I don't trade RTY, so I can't comment on it. What about time? The trade you executed at 8 a.m., stop hunt was at 7:30. Please, once again, just check the date on that trade. I did not trade today. Just go to the screenshot, look at the date on that trade. You can, right here, look, see how you can see the date right here? This is how you can see that that was not from today. Just go look at the screenshot. Ash, if your bias is bullish but a bearish model, would you take it? No, I trade my bias. So if I'm bullish, I'm looking for long positions. If I'm bullish and only a short position is presented, I will not take the trade. Ash, do you think your strat is going to work in 5 to 10 to 15 years from now? I have no clue. Once again, I have no interest in trying to predict the future. We'll see what happens in 15 years from now. Whether it does or doesn't, that doesn't matter to me. I'll still be here trading. Oh, that's a very good question. MyFundedFutures is asking, anyone specific you'd like to see on the show? Any personal favorite traders? Throw it in chat. Who would you want to see come on the show? Who should we ask to join us as a special guest? I would love to talk to a bunch of traders. So throw any names in there. We'll look to see what we can do. More Rake? Yeah, Rake is phenomenal. That was a absolutely amazing conversation we had the last time Rake was on the show. All right, so let's take a look at some intraday action. NQ just crushing new all-time highs. Really looks like a nice trend day. I mean, look at this trend here. It is, the bulls are in full control. So once again, like I mentioned during the weekly outlook, don't try to fade the trend. The trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Okay, so for anybody that's looking for shorts today, you're probably having a real rough time. Probably having a real rough time because we continue to keep making higher prices. So in terms of intraday action, once again, I would only be looking for higher prices until proven otherwise. And price action needs to prove that. Right now, price is just screaming higher. So we'll continue to keep looking at higher prices until price proves otherwise. The 9 EMA or what? EMA traders are probably killing it on this. Let me take a look at this real quick. take a look at the 9 and oh, this is not the one I'm looking for. Give me a second. Just going to look at the 9, 21, and 55. Oh, I think it's 3 EMA actually. Yep. All right, take a look at this. So in terms of trend lines, the trend line traders are probably killing it today. I mean, take a look at this. In terms of trend lines, I would be using the 9 EMA as the short-term trend. I would be looking at the 21 EMA as support or resistance. And then I would be looking at the 55 as the longer-term trend. And everything is pointing in the same direction. So in terms of a trend, it is clear as day. So, you know, hopping in anywhere near support or resistance, look at how many long opportunities are in here. Let's see, who in chat is using trend lines? Does anybody here even use EMAs? Ash, what do you think? When are we going to see a break of trend? Once again, there's no reason to try to predict the future. I have no clue if the bulls are going to stop this year, next year, the year after that. If you really want to talk about trend, right? Like, the bulls have never left the building, right? Let's just go out to the largest time frame chart you can get here. And our short-term trend is saying we're clearly bullish. And this has got to be a joke right here. I mean, that's incredible. What? How does it? It comes down, perfectly touches the 9 EMA and just rocket ships off of it. That's insane. But in terms of trend, right? For everyone everybody always wants to have this conversation of, you know, when is this thing going to stop? It's never stopped. We've always went higher in NQ and ES. So back to the question now. Does anybody use EMAs? Is anybody using trend lines? And is anybody using that as a way of executing? Let me hop back over to chat. Let's take a look. Okay, a couple people are. Well, the thing that matters here is risk management, right? So it's never, I've said this a million times, and I'll continue to keep saying it. It has nothing to do with the strategy you're using, and it has everything to do with your risk management, right? If you can't be doing 1 to 2 risk to reward, right, then it's going to be very hard to make progress. If you don't even know how to implement 1 to 2 risk to reward, then it doesn't even matter what strategy you use. So let me ask the next question. Chat, are you doing a certain amount of points per day, or are you using some kind of monetary return, right? So what I'm asking is do you go into every single session saying, I'll risk 20 points to try to make 40 points? Or do you say, I'll risk $400 for $800? How do you go about it? Do you use points or do you use a monetary return? I'm simply just asking because you need to have a definitive answer in terms of your risk management. You need to have a game plan before you go into the market. And as long as that game plan is putting the numbers in your favor, right? Don't be taking a reward of $100 and having a loss of $300. That's not putting the numbers in your favor, no matter whether you use points or a monetary return. You should be trading $200 for $400 or $500 for $1,000. What matters is the averages are in your favor, right? So if you take a look at any of my live account statistics, you'll see that my average winning trade is 2R more than my average losing trade. You could simply do that just by going 20 for 40 or 15 for 30, right? If you know the amount of points that you use, right? Let's do 15 for 30 here. Let's see if our trend line, right? We were talking about the 9 EMA being your short-term trend, the 21 EMA being your support or resistance, and your 55 being your long-term trend. So if this is going to act as support again, right? We're here at the 21. Let's see if it acts as support, and we'll do 1 to 2 risk reward, 15 points for 30 points. So we'll see what happens. Let's see if the trend continues. Ash at 941, 1 minute chart. Was that a valid unicorn for an entry on the short? If you're looking for shorts today, you're clearly not looking at the higher time frame. I said it during my weekly outlook. I would rather be aligned with the higher time frame. I don't see there to be a reason to be looking for shorts today. So what you need to understand is it doesn't matter what type of price action pattern is shown on the screen. What matters is the logic that you're providing to your decision making. I don't care if there's a bearish unicorn on the screen. Today is not a good idea to be shorting, plain and simple. Right? A 1 minute price action pattern has no influence over the daily trend. The higher time frame holds more influence. Chat, if you're finding any value from the stream, if you're finding any value from the community, if you're finding any value from all the giveaways that we do, any of the special guests that we have, or the hosts that show up every single week, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel, turn notifications on. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every single week. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of water. As I do, if you want to throw any type of questions or information into chat, I'll be going over them right after I take a sip of water. What price is your TP? You can see that I'm in my account here, and you can see that there is no trade put on. So it's pretty self-explanatory, right? We're logged into the account. There's no trade shown on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice that. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out. Here. I don't know how to show it, but the account's there. You can see that we're logged into the account. You could also see that there's no trades on, right? You can see the positions there. No trades. You would also see the position here, right? You'd see the entry, you'd see the profit or loss. But thank you for pointing that out. You're right. I didn't realize that the camera was in front of it. Ash, talk about how trading continuation from the higher time frame consistently keeps probability in your favor. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that I would much rather be aligned with the higher time frame than be looking for a lower time frame reversal. Okay, like the daily trend means a lot more than a 1 minute price action pattern. I would rather be aligned with the daily trend. Are those EMAs? Yes, these are EMAs. What EMAs do you use? I don't use EMAs. This was for the purpose of the conversation. I was asking people if they use trend lines. I don't use EMAs. We were just having a conversation about trend lines. There's a 1 hour unicorn. Please check it. I would not be using this. I don't agree with that statement. If you're looking at, and ES looks better. So if you're looking at ES, right, at least ES looks like, if you're talking about ES, I would agree with that. But you got to realize that we just took out all-time highs. So the target would have been here. Oh, hold on. Let me get rid of this. The target would have been here. So in terms of taking a long, I would have wanted to long to the target, not after the target. Right, so if you're looking at this as a long entry, right in here, this was the target here. The target's already been taken out. Let's see if the trend line traders are still alive here. They are still alive, but it is in drawdown now, so we'll see. Ash, can you explain change in the state of delivery? That's just the very first moment in time the trend changes, right? Change in the state of delivery. So here's an example of a bullish change in the state of delivery, right? We're in a downtrend because we're making lower lows and lower highs. Okay, the very first moment in time, the trend changes, right? Here's a trend right here. Here's a downtrend, right? The trend changed right here. How did the trend change? It's because we made a new high. Okay, so we would be using the opening price of the down close candle that was found in this leg here to analyze the bullish change in the state of delivery. It's just the very first moment in time the trend changes. You use the opening price of that down close candle before the trend changed. Very good question, though. Very, very good question. So I got another 12 minutes here with you all before my segment comes to an end. Does anybody have any other questions or comments as we're waiting and watching? What time frames do you typically look at for higher quality unicorns? The time frame is not what determines the quality of the unicorn. The logic you provide to your decision making does. Right, the logic that I'm referring to is the time of day, right? You want to be participating during the opening day, the opening times, right? So New York open at 9:30, that's an important time. So that is logic that goes into your decision making. Logic that goes into your decision making is looking for a trade that is aligned with the higher time frame order flow, right? If the daily is extremely bullish, then it is higher probability to be looking for longs. Also, is a crack in correlation. Is there an SMT? Is there a divergence that confirms your idea? So those are the three things I look at to determine probabilities, not a price action pattern and not a time frame to find the price action pattern on. Do you use ATR in your trading? No, I do not. I do not. There are a lot of swing highs or lows. For example, on the 1 hour chart, which one should we take as the target? I just take it one level at a time. I analyze the most recent information and I take it one level at a time. So you're not choosing which one to take. I just look at the most recent information and use each level one at a time. Right, so each level here, let's look at this entire price run right here. I'm not saying you should look for a short. I'm just responding to this person's question. Right, so imagine you were taking a short, right? And we're looking for a target. Targets would be either FVGs or swing points. So you just do it one at a time. So we already use this one here. So I would no longer use that one. The next one to look at is another FVG here, then a swing low here, right? So I'm not picking which swing low to use. I'm not picking this one or this one. I'm not picking this one or this one. I'm just looking at the most recent information, right? This FVG was created more recently than all these swing points down here. Just take it one level at a time. So chat, what do you think? Chat, will we get another new high of day? Throw your prediction in chat. Let me know what you think. Are the bulls going to continue? Are we going to get another new high of day? Why did my camera lose? Oh, never mind. Maybe it's just the YouTube chat. Do I look fuzzy again, chat? What's going on with this camera today? Why am I having so many technical difficulties recently? Majority of people saying yes to another new high of day. Couple no's in there as well. Both NQ and ES tapped into a 15-minute gap. It's trying to create a lower time frame unicorn. I will see if this wants to send us back to a new high of day. I know you're frugal, Ash, but the Temu camera isn't cutting it. Yeah, I guess we'll have to get a new camera. We'll have to start getting a better setup, I guess. I actually do need a new computer, to be completely honest. My computer is like 7 years old, so maybe it's time for an upgrade. Maybe it's time for an upgrade. What CPU you running? To be completely honest, I'm horrible with technology. I actually had my business partner build it for me. So I really don't even know what's in this computer, to be honest. Any suggestions? Like, what should I get next? Like, what would be a good computer? What would be a good camera? Do you guys know anything about that? Yeah, shout out to White Chocolate. Exactly. White Chocolate was the one that built the computer. The computer's used for business, yeah. Trading, real estate. Look like Nick G won the scale account. Let's go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Another day, another giveaway. So we'll see if ES and NQ can go make another new high of day. But to leave everybody off, I got my last 2 minutes here. I personally would not be looking for any shorts. Like I said during my review, I would not want to, try to be the hero, try to call the top. In my opinion, the higher time frame trend is more important than a lower time frame reversal. So the bulls have been in control for quite some time. I personally think they're going to remain in control. No trades from me today. No trades from me during this segment. Price ran much higher right off the open there. And throughout the open, I did not get a trade, so I didn't want to chase price. Yes, I do think the bulls are still in control. Yes, I do think we'll still go see a new all-time high. I'm just simply being patient to start the week. You guys could see the difference now. I'm back into the live account. So in terms of last week versus this week, right back to the discipline, right back to the game plan, right back to trading my model. Was definitely a fun, even better. Perfect way to end the segment. We got a free giveaway for using code AsiaLow50. 50 free resets. Absolutely amazing. That's exactly how I'd want to go out. And a giveaway, 50 free resets using code AsiaLow50. Congratulations, everyone. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations. Another day, another giveaway. Love to see it. Yeah, no music this time. Changing it up. Got to keep you on your toes. We changed up the time there too. I don't know if we've done one at the end of the segment before. Got to keep you on your toes. Alrighty. So that is the end of my segment. Happy Monday. I hope everybody has a great week. Let's continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. I'll be right back here tomorrow. So stick around for Tom's segment. He's coming up next. I'll go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom. Have a nice day, everyone.
And we're back. Hello. Yes, I'm back again. Yeah, double duty today. Absolutely. Ash, this was a great session as always. Thank you so much, W's for Ash. And of course, I always enjoy listening to the sessions. Long time no see. Exactly. Thank you so much again. This was a great session. So yeah, here we are again, a bit of a deja vu feeling. How do they pronounce it? Deja vu. Like they'd say Paris. My alter ego. My alter ego is here. Yes. How's everybody doing? Any profits today? Anyone took a trade after the market opened and might ended up in the loss? Maybe? Nobody? All right. Okay. What is happening? Small W. All right. Welcome back. Very slow. Gotta be careful, just like Ash said, careful with the shorts. Obviously, it can roll over anytime. Who knows where it's gonna stop? Like we talked about this with Barbie and Nick. Like I think we have a chance to go for that 25K. So I'd say be careful. You never know. And it can be a tricky one because usually like the high of the week, can set in sometime around Tuesday, Wednesday. So who knows? But anyway, welcome chat and everybody again. For those who was not here at the market open, I'm here again. So it's good to see you guys. And yeah, so as I was saying, going for that that 25K would be an interesting scenario, and it could be a tricky one. Like there's definitely a lot of positions like sitting and riding this bull run here, and I'm just curious if there's going to be like a squeeze to squeeze out those positions. And if there's going to be a squeeze, I wouldn't be surprised actually to go even down to the 800s, down there, 800 level ish area. Hey, good to see you too, Marvel. What's up? Ezra, hey, welcome. Jerson, good to see you too. And everybody, hello to the mods and the hosts. What's up? So I think there was some winners earlier, right? So congratulations to the winners. Yeah. So as I said, careful with the shorts. Now, just a quick look on gold. Look at that. Making history, just making history every single day. Hey, Abhishek, what's up? Don't jinx it. Okay, I'm trying not to jinx it. But anyway, I have two levels here, which I put on the chart, which is the 950. I usually look for the 100 and the 50 levels as well. So Hadley, I stream on my YouTube channel. Here's my YouTube handle on the upper right corner. It's youtube.com/@TomSaboBiz, or that's my X handle too. So TomSaboBiz is my YouTube handle. I stream from 2 a.m. to around between 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I usually stream in the 9:30 open as well. But this week, I'm covering for Terry. And I'm quite happy to do it because we're all having a good time. So that's why we like it. Why you didn't play the Barbie song? I felt like it could be maybe too much. I felt like maybe I would be stepping over the line. Hey, TT Trading, what's up? But no, I actually had a great session with Barbie and Nick. I really enjoyed it. I think it was awesome. Okay, we have a drop here again on the 5 minutes. So we're making some lows here down to 901, down to the 900. Let's see if this level is going to hold. I'm actually curious. I am actually curious. So any one of you guys in profits or in a loss? I wasn't actually being able to read all the chat during the market open or in the earlier session. I want to hear some stories. Anyone blow up the account? I hope not. I hope not. You know, by the way, it's the best place to be because all the free giveaways and the freebies. You took a loss, Raphael. Come on. I want to know what happened. This is going to be a bit of a storytelling session, maybe. I have some cool stories for you guys, but first I want to hear your stories. Chat was asking you to meow. Okay. I ignored Tran. There were so many things going on. I was watching the chart. I was listening to Nick and Barbie, and I keep getting text messages. My mind was all over the place. So big gain earned with too much risk. Online safety, good to see you. Well, at least it's a better scenario instead of just blowing that up. But I cannot do it then. No, Trent. It's too late. Next session maybe. When do you think they're going to be coming to the key point in price? Well, key point. Well, depending on define key point, right? So if we're talking about key points, I usually talk about the zones. I don't have anything on the downside. The only level I see is down there at 738. But the 25K is the most strongest zone or level. It's not even a zone that we need to focus on. Be very careful with the short positions. Actually, I need to check that what's happening. Yeah, you got to be careful. Hold on. What did I do? Oh, yeah, I just switched to QT here. So you got to be careful because you never know how it's going to end up, right? No full porting. Replum, that's the key. No full porting. But let's look for some fair value gaps in terms of liquidity. Let me get this off. Obviously, the best scenario that we can look for is maybe a possible fair value gap, you got to compare it with the mini as well. So there's a small one a little bit down there. If you go to the 15-minute chart, there is a fair value gap right here. Look at that. Boom. If you want to scalp it, risk it for the biscuit or whatever you want to call it, you can go for this 15-minute fair value gap down here. Obviously, it's a liquidity area. And that would mean a possible short entry right there. If you want to risk it. There you go. 1.4 risk to reward ratio. I might even take it. But it's very risky. There you go. This is the entry for a possible short if you are looking for a 15-minute liquidity sweep. But it's very dangerous. The thing is, we're approaching lunch hour right now, so anything can happen, obviously. I entered the short on an... So I'm just curious how this is going to go. My entry is 13.50. 13.50 is my entry. Only on an eval. Oops. And I'm trying to see if this one's going to go anywhere or not. So I took the short position. My target is going to be 91. 91. There you go. I'm risking about $250-ish dollars on this trade. And let's see how it goes. Actually, where is it? No. Here it is. So let's see if it goes or not. This is the position. About 250 is my risk, and I'm perfectly fine with this risk. Okay, how's everybody? By the way, I wanted to give some action to you guys today, so why not? Why not take some action? I wouldn't be surprised on a liquidity sweep on the 15 minutes, so who knows? Let's go. If it goes higher, so be it. All I'm looking for is a possible liquidity sweep. That is all. Nothing more. Nothing special. If it goes higher, so be it. That is it. No full porting. And by the way, Grims. Yes, obviously on the big picture, I'm long biased. I told you guys 25K is imminent, absolutely imminent. But that doesn't mean that on the 15-minute, for example, or the 5-minute, we cannot see a pullback. Now, if this is a pullback on the 15-minute or the 30-minute chart, there might be a liquidity sweep lower. You know, because everybody, I told you guys, everybody is riding the bull positions. Everybody is bullish. Why not have a squeeze? There's nothing wrong with going a little bit counter trend. It's super aggressive and it's very, very dangerous to do so. So that's why I choose to enter. Kevin, hey, good to see you. So yeah, it is definitely risky. It is definitely risky. Don't ever do this at home. That's all I can tell you. Hold on, but talking about risk. So my risk is about $230 or $40 on this one. And if I fail this, I'm just going to move on. I don't care about this account or this trade anymore. I'm perfectly fine. The setup is still within my risk parameters. It's happening still before launch hour. I did spot a nice level down there. Again, if it fails, awesome. I can move on with my life. You can accept the risk. I mean, I'm definitely going to accept the risk, so I'm perfectly okay with it. So you're still bullish. Yeah. I had, by the way, 2 beautiful trades in London sessions. So worst case scenario, I'm just going to give back the profits from London on this account. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah, it seems like we're going higher. Unfortunate, I know. Let me check the 15-minute once more. Yeah, so there's a gap down there. I'm gonna check the 30-minute too. 30-minute, there's also a fair value gap down there on the 30-minute chart. Yeah. So if we're going for a pullback, the 50-minute and the 30-minute chart can help this trade potentially, but obviously we'll see. And of course, let's check the hourly chart. Same level, basically, almost the same level, but still have 17 minutes from this one. This is going to be interesting, that's for sure, right? And as for gold, I think we went over this. Yeah, nothing on gold. Okay, let's go back to NQ. All right. So this is what we see here. So we're going to stay on this one. I know I'm a little bit more technical today, and I have some good topics as well, so don't worry. The trend is your friend. Obviously, I know that. That's why I'm saying, jumping into a counter trend or a counter move can always be a little bit like, super aggressive. Who won the competition? Nick. Nick was the winner, or is the winner. He's the winner. Nick is the winner. It's Monday. Yeah. It's Monday, Marwa. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, I was a little bit disappointed, but then I was okay because eventually the analysis was correct. And I'm always looking for, I'm trying to, build up my confidence and conviction with my analysis. And this is why I'm always saying, like, if you're looking to build up some more confidence and positive conviction in your trading model, one of the best things you can do is do your pre-market analysis. And once you do that, it's easier to do that reflection at the end of the day. Like, okay, these were my levels. This was the game plan. What was the issue? The issue on the first trade was poor risk management. Okay, then this happened. Okay, then I was waiting for a pullback. For example, here, I was waiting for a pullback for more liquidity. I had a fair value gap lower. I targeted it. There was a structure shift, the displacement, proper risk to reward ratio. Why not go for it? Obviously, the so-called macro is going to start in about a few minutes or so. I'm not sure. So why not just go for it, right? You only need to get it kind of right. Not exactly. Yeah, I agree, Magnus. Absolutely. London seemed like it was so much more. Not always, Headley. So the problem with London, yeah, I like London, by the way. I do like the London session. It's a little bit more simple. In London session, because the volume is definitely lower and there's not too many movements to be expected in the London session. Abyss, good to see you, Abyss. Not too much movements to be expected. You can narrow down the 2 to 3 hour session into like maybe 1 or 2 major moves in the London session. Like taking out an Asia low, taking out a specific zone of those that I'm looking for. So that is something you can look for. So you don't need to look for like 5 different setups or like 10, because usually London is ending up with like 1 or 2 scenarios, and that's it. And that's why if the move is done by, for example, 4 a.m., the pre-market open, that's when I usually say, okay, the move is done. We're finished, because if the major move is done by 4 a.m., I'm not really seeing any other scenario to sit at the charts for like 5 a.m. Eastern Standard. This is Quant Hour. I'm using Quant Hour since like the end of 2023. I last time I was using Ninja Trader in 23, then I switched to Quant Hour. Yes. With our prices simply knowing. Well, the thing is, as I said, if you have a target, all you need is an entry model. And obviously you have to have a trade cap, not just in the number of trades, but P&L wise as well. Like how much can you afford to lose on any specific funded account or evaluation account? You need to be okay of losing that particular amount on that specific account. So if this one, goes bad, okay, I'm fine. I'm just going to be watching this go up to 25K then. I'm okay with that. As I said, I'm just curious if we're going to see a pullback or not. I do like Quant Hour. I love it. I just love Quantower. I haven't really traded on TradeAway too much. Not that it's a bad platform. I think TradeAway is cool as well. But all the functionalities, everything combined together, I'm definitely liking Quantower. Easy to use. I know, for the brand new, for someone who is absolutely new in trading or switching over to Quantower, it could be a little bit confusing, but you can manage it in about 1 or 2 days. It's all good. Yeah. The daily routine, like the stream and subscribe and call everybody. I don't even know how we're doing with subs and likes. Quantower is fast, and I like the way the candles are printing, by the way. Can you copy trade Quantower? Yes, you can. It's a built-in copy trader. Sorry, Trader H. There, it has a built-in copy trader. So that, and it's free to use, obviously, just like with TradeAway. So it has a built-in copy trader. It's free, so it's super, super great. Well, it seems like I was expecting more from this trade. I thought that this is going to waterfall down to take out that liquidity area. It's just not doing it yet. I thought that it wants to go. I mean, the macro should be starting. Now, tell me something for some of you guys who are more into ICT. When is the macro really starting? Is it 10 minutes before the hour or 15 minutes? Because I clearly remember ICT was saying like 15 minutes before the hour. And then I heard him saying 10 minutes before the hour. So which one is it then? 15 or 10 minutes? BK, thank you. 10 minutes. Okay. So if it's 10 minutes, thank you, Dominic. Okay, so if 10 minutes, then maybe in about 32 seconds, we will see some movement. Unfortunately, it might going to take out my stop. 10 minutes before and after. Okay. Okay, so we'll see. As I said, if this trade goes to my stop, then I'm expecting this one to go to somewhere at least the 950s. And then the PM session can easily go for the 25K. The only purpose of this one was the pullback. Thank you. So 300 likes. Let's go, everybody. That's a good one. Hey, Gory, thanks for being here. Have a great day. Yeah. So macro has started. I was expecting more, but 300 soon. Let's go. Yeah, I know. Shorting right now, this market is it's Sparta. It's not madness, it's Sparta. But it most likely going to take me out. I might close down this trade before reaching the full stop. As I said, if it goes up to the 20s, I'm not going to close it manually, and then I'm just going to leave it as it is. Yeah, it definitely seems like it. We'll see what the macro is going to do for us. Otherwise, I forgot what I wanted to say. ICT. ICT is just ICT. That's who it is. Do you get volume analysis on Quantower? No. I mean, you can get some very cool indicators, but I'm not using it. And by the way, I'm just using the basic version. So yeah, there's still a chance, Hassan, obviously. There is still a chance. But that's why I'm saying I'm always keep repeating that doing the pre-market analysis with your levels and, having a game plan during the trading session, especially if you're scalping. Now this particular account, because I got a DM, by the way, about this, that why do I trade super aggressively sometimes and the other days I just trade with a few micros? It's because different type of risk management. So on some of my funded accounts, I go like scalping with 1 or 2 minis if I want to, or if I see an opportunity. And some of my funded accounts, I'm able to hold a position, just like I talked about this with Barbie, for even hours if I want to, like 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours. I call it intraday swing positioning or swing trading. I kind of like that. Andrew, gold is very simple. Gold is nothing. The thing about gold is there is not even a psychological number up there. So if we would be close to 4K, I would say, wow, we're going there. But there is no zones, not even on the 1 and the 5 minute chart. So yeah, it's just sometimes gut feelings. Yeah, most of those kind of scalping trades that I place are basically like discretionary trades. You can say that based on gut feeling, which might not be the perfect example or explanation for it, but sometimes yes. Sometimes we can say that. So, but it seems like NQ got unplugged, which is not good for me because this is like accumulation to go higher. So I don't like this. I might just going to close down this trade. I thought that there's going to be a waterfall down to that liquidity void, not void, sorry, fair value gap down there. No, I don't think it's going to be a big fall here. Actually, I think it's just accumulating positions to push it to the 50s up there. It just wants to push up to the 50s. Yeah. It just wants to push up to the 50s. I'm ready to close this position with a fairly small loss if I have to, because I'm not sure I want to wait all the way for this one to hit the stop. Anyone else is in a position? I'm just curious, by the way. I might gonna close this. I might gonna close it before hitting too much loss. I mean, as I said, 250 is okay for me on one position. We'll see. Yes, you're long? All right. Let's see. Long bullish to the moon. Yeah, we have that 950. It's very close. It's definitely very, very close. I wouldn't be surprised if in just a few minutes it would be just busting through that 950 level. I wouldn't be surprised. I really thought that this just wants to reach down for more liquidity. It wasn't the case so far. I was hoping for a squeeze, which is very, very risky. Yeah, Kyle, exactly. It's all about justification. You accepted the risk. That's true. That's true. So you accept the risk beforehand. You justified the trade with the plan. You can ask yourself at the end of the day, was my plan correct today or not? I was able to partially recoup some of that loss from earlier, from that opening trade, which I made. I'm still kind of hoping that this trade can go lower. So I guess we'll see. But yeah. 25K looks, yeah, that's absolutely, that's the big K. I truly believe that that's going to be the goal. Dump you. I don't want to. I don't want to dump you guys. So I'm sorry I'm a little bit more technical today, but if you have any questions, I'm all, it's Monday, no special news driver is happening. The market just keeps pushing and pushing. If you have questions, by the way, about risk management, trade setups, or anything at all, if it's somewhat is, regards to trading, let me know. I'm happy to answer. But I do have some topics for today, obviously, which we're going to dive into a little bit. I was a little bit nervous, by the way, to take that trade. I didn't feel that kind of, I wasn't that kind of anxious like a long time before. I mean, maybe like 3 years ago when I started streaming, I felt like, man, should I take this trade live on stream or not? I think Nick didn't even take a trade, right? There you go. Magnus, yeah, you see? Magnus is working, but also has the stream in the background. That's how it works. I missed those setups because... Okay, that's not for me. Aha, okay. Some days I'm feeling like giving up on trading. Marwa, it's not like, you can't just say something like that. It's not like feeling like giving up or something. It's not about that. If you feel passionate about, if you feel enough passionate about trading, about your goals as a trader, and forget about the profits, Forget about the profits. Marvel, I would say if you think like that, to give up on trading, the first thing you need to do is let go of those profits, because obviously we're all focusing on the money. We're all focusing on the profits, the dollar amount, this and that, yada, yada. You need to let that go. The only thing that you need to focus on that is the setup, is your edge, that trading model. And it might going to take much more time than usual. But if it's going to take time, that's good, because that means you're learning. But in the meantime, you're not going to lose money. Even if you start an evaluation account with one single micro every day, that would be the process. Preach it, Tom. Yeah, thank you. Sure. Oh my God, this trade looks so bad right now. Yes, exactly. So, as I said, I was always, super passionate about trading. I'm feeling so blessed to be able to live, in today's times. 3 years of trading, Marwa. It took me at least 3 years, but to be honest with you, Marwa, first when I started in 2018, all the way until 2023, it took me almost 5 years to get my first payout. If I'm being super honest, almost 5 years. And I had to go back to absolute square one, financially, emotionally, totally broke back in 2021. So from 2018 all the way downhill to 2021, financially and emotionally, absolutely on the ground, and relearn everything. And you know what I said? And I'm still saying this because the goal is to maintain our own personal accounts and to build up those profits. I'm saying that it kind of sounds a little bit like a sci-fi movie, or maybe like a bit of like I'm being like a storyteller, but this is the only way out. One of the few ways out, I would say. Okay, let's just be compassionate about this. This is the way out. You might ask, from where? From everywhere, from the matrix, okay? Or whatever you want to call it. So, and I feel that, I know that. And the good thing is that you can work on it. You can work on your mindset, you can work on your strategy, you can work on like learning, not working, but learn all these things from the market. These things are something that you can change. You can acquire the knowledge. There's so many free stuff out there on social media as well. Obviously, always be careful for what you learn, who you learn from. Yes, we all know that, but there's so many free educational stuff. Like back in 2000, first time I saw day trading, like back was in 2007. I was like, man, this is so awesome. Back then, and that was like how much? That was 20. Oh my God, it was like, that was 80. No, that was a lot of time ago. That was like 17 years ago. Jesus. That is crazy. That is crazy. It was a way long time ago. There was no social media like it is in today's terms. All we had is like maybe we had Forex Factory and a few forums online, and that was it. Well, it seems like this is it for this trade. It's not going to go down, so I'm closing it. So absolutely and totally different conditions back then. Totally different conditions. Back in those days, everybody was just wishing to have these market conditions and all the technology, not to mention the prop firms, to be able to trade with. Everything was so different. So different. So, yeah. I see the chat. What is happening? Sorry. What are all these numbers? 181.68. What is this? My age? Okay. 97.101. That's kind of cool. Okay. 97.185. Oh my God. Are you guys really thinking that I'm 97 years old? Okay. That's actually sad. Do you guys really want me to say it? I guess I can. Like, who cares, right? We only live once. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess I can say. So, any last guesses or anything? Nothing. Okay, so you guys don't know. That's fine. Well, my age, drum roll, is 41. 41 years old. Exactly, 41 years old. I know. 41 years. Yeah, 41 years. A lot of time. I tried my best. So that was the winning question. Okay. Okay, so if you guessed it right, you're going to get a free reset. Is that the thing? Is that what's going on? You're going to get a free reset, right? Surely, of course. Oh, I wish I could be 20 years young again. Oh my gosh. I so envy you guys. I so envy you guys in your 20s. Man, I wish I could tell myself what to do, go back in time. Actually, I'm curious about you guys in chat. Like, what would you tell yourself if you could go back in time? What would you tell yourself in the past? What would be it? I'm actually very curious. What would be the thing that you would tell yourself if you could go back in time? Are you a father? I don't have kids. And you might ask, how come I don't have kids? Well, I don't have kids. Skincare routine. I'm trying. I don't have kids. This is what it is. What it is. The life threw me a curveball once or twice, so I just, but I can tell you, to be a little bit personal. I did have a failed marriage, so I had a marriage for 2 years, which failed. Ended in good conditions, good terms, but only for 2 years. And so after that, I a little bit lost track of what to do. And ever since then, I'm just drifting with trading, drifting with the trading. That's her loss. Exactly. Anyway, back to trading. I'm not going to take anything else here because obviously it kind of looks like a bull flag thing. Not really sure, but it's definitely an interesting area. For a second there, it looked like it wanted to spike higher to those 50s, but now I'm just not sure. Because it's so close, the PM session is definitely able to push it up to 25K. I'm just going to observe it on the 5-minute chart just to make sure. Just to make sure. Hey, don't worry. I'm actually super. I'm very glad and feeling blessed that everything happened the way it happened. So I'm glad about it. I'm glad about it. It's boring Monday price action, and that's why the only thing I could be watching here is going higher and higher. So anyway, as I was saying, like, I guess if you guys could go back, there would be some stuff to say to your younger self. We go forward slowly, but with quality. Yes, exactly. Like, I was a 90s kid, and back then you guys see these videos on TikTok or YouTube or whatever. These videos, like, we're the 90s kids, we were playing on the streets, real friendships, no cell phones or whatnot. If you wanted to meet with your friends, you actually had to go to your friend's house and knock on the door and ask their parents, like, hey, can I play with, my friend? And, when I was a kid, our parents, told us that, okay, go and play and be back home by dark. And that's it. Just get back home by dark. No, nothing special. Just get home by dark. And we were all over the place. and our parents didn't know where we are. You know, we were just out because they knew we'll go home by dark. Anyway, different times. Let's get back to trading. As I was saying, different times, different era. First time in 2007 when I saw the markets, and back then Forex was definitely more popular. I saw these expert advisors, you know, trading robots that were able to make money for you on an automated basis. I thought that we're going to be all millionaires because the algorithms are going to make money for us. All we just need to do is sit back and relax. So I thought that that's how it's going to be. I couldn't be more wrong, right? I stepped away for like 10 years. And in 2018, I stepped back in the picture, and that's where the journey began. So many things that I would change, but yeah, obviously everybody has to go through their own journey. Got to learn from the mistakes. Got to learn from the mistakes. That's how it goes. Now I don't allow my kids to go outside. I'm more paranoid than my parents. Yeah, different times, different era. I agree with that. Different times, absolutely different times. So, yeah, as I was saying, it was, and also like before social media was so progressive like today, like all we had is the classic forums like Forex Factory, maybe like Baby Pips. Baby Pips is still going, right? And so some other website where we tried to get some knowledge. And obviously indicators were very popular. Now I told you guys, if you like to trade with indicators, go for it. Nothing wrong with that. But the main thing, I wish I would knew better or sooner before I lost all that personal money on Forex accounts back in 2018 until 21, is to know much more about risk management. The strategy was definitely not important. The strategy was absolutely not that important. It was all about the mindset and risk management. And I was like, I'm feeling like so stupid if I'm sorry to say it like this, but when I look back, all the trades that I made was most likely based on a discretional or intuition based decision. It was very bad. I'm a true believer that shifting your mindset, the trading mindset, is what most important above all, above the strategy, above the levels that you're using, above any indicator that you're using, anything out there. So I'm definitely believing that. And that's why I do love to read those books. And I know Ash was telling you guys about it. Barbie was mentioning it today. The Best Loser Wins, also a great book. And the Mark Douglas workshops, if you look for it on YouTube, those early workshops from the 90s and the 2000s were on VHS. They were uploaded to YouTube. Just, search for it on YouTube, Mark Douglas workshop. If you type this in, you're going to find like an hour-long videos or maybe 2-hour-long videos from Mark Douglas. Some VHS quality, but still good. And you will learn so much about the trading mindset. Just small information there. And obviously, it's hard to say a trade setup. I'm definitely not going to advise any kind of trade setup because I couldn't, even if I want to, I can't, because it's not about this. If you have questions, by the way, let me know. I'm happy to answer you guys. If you are struggling with something, let me know. If you struggle with something, I can gladly share my opinion about that, because that's why we're here for. So let's pack it for today. Yeah, look at that. We practically tagged the 50, right? Yeah, 950.50 on the micro, and we're getting so close. Now imagine we still have What's the time? Yeah, almost 4 hours until the market close. What are the percentages in that 4 hours that NQ is able to make? I'm just curious about your opinion. What are the percentages that NQ can make another 49 points or 50 points to get that 25K? I thought that this is not going to happen today. I thought that this is going to happen tomorrow or a Wednesday. It might just, do a sell-off any second, but I mean, we have 4 hours, almost 3 hours and 48 minutes for the market to reach that 50-point area. For NQ, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? It shouldn't be that big of a deal at all. 80% chance at this point the market wants it bad. Yeah, and I feel like, I don't know, let me check on ES. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. There is the 750 level here, 750, and we have, let me just go back to NQ and watch this. Amazing. Absolutely amazing the way it looks. Yeah. The VWAP. Sorry, I didn't say it. Congratulations. Oh, the VWAP won. Okay, congratulations. I think it's... Gold also flying. Is there some kind of a news driver, by the way? Is the president, did he tweet something or... What's happening? Actually, let me go. Oh, look at that. This 5-minute candle might be closing. Let's see. Okay, I thought that it wants to close above 950. Let's see, where is it going to close? Is it going to close above 950 or not? It still has 25 seconds. That would be kind of an indication. But, better be careful. All-time high, always tricky. It is. 13 seconds for this candle to close. Actually less, now 8 seconds. I'm curious how it's going to close. I am very, very curious how it's going to close. Okay, so it closed higher. Closed higher. Nice. To the moon, right? NVIDIA is flying. Haven't checked on it. Oh my gosh. Okay. NVIDIA. What's going on? Okay, so there's something going on with NVIDIA. Relative equal highs. It just wants to go to the top. NQ is definitely going to fly with this. Okay. Unbelievable, right? Absolutely unbelievable. Come on, Big K, don't cry. Don't cry. Oh, yeah. Market makers want to hit 25K just to get the node out or set orders, then drop it. It could happen. Also, before it gets to 25K, there could be a very sharp pullback. So usually, just assuming that if we would go to like the 990s here, and that's why I usually, when the market is so close to a strong psychological number, I usually try to take early profits if I'm in a position, because as price is getting closer and closer, it would be like a high resistance liquidity run as we're getting to that level. And I'm expecting some sort of a drop, a strong and sharp drop to the downside. So I wouldn't be surprised on that at all. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, it was up to the 65s. It was very close, like 40 points to the upside. Whew, it can do it. It can definitely do it. And, as I was saying earlier in the AM session, in the AM session, but in the London session, the only level that I had is a 5-minute demand zone and this supply zone here, which got completely destroyed at the market open. If I don't see the target, I'm just not willing to engage. Like, what can you do when the market is so... Ezra, let's check on gold. The same scenario. Look at this. What can you do with gold at these levels? Nothing. Let me get this off. There's no target, no psychological number. 3780 would be a possible top. No demand zone on the downside on the 5-minute, nothing on the 15-minute. As I was telling this to Nick, there is a level down there at 3730, but I have no reason to believe that this is just going to go lower. Not in this session for now. I'm sorry to say it like this, Ezra, but I don't think that there's any possible trade setup on gold. Nothing. We're at 65 already. Wow. Interesting. Was there a winner again? Nice. Nice. Oh, I closed it anyway. I was testing my indicators, by the way, just an update for you guys, because I promised you that we're going to dive into that. Last week, I mentioned to you guys that I'm testing. Well, I'm doing the same thing, so I'm not strategy hopping. I'm still looking for the zones. I'm still looking for possible liquidity levels. But I also told you guys that to fine tune my entry model, I'm also testing a set of moving averages, just to optimize my entries a little bit. I'm usually going with the 2022 entry model by ICT, but I thought that I could optimize it a little bit with a set of exponential moving averages. So I'm going to be talking about that next time. I think it could be an interesting topic because I decided that I might going to use it for trade optimization much more in the future. So I might going to put what I can, because it's a custom indicator, by the way, and it's coded to MetaTrader 5. So I'll try my best to put it on TradingView and being able to show it to you guys. It would be really interesting. The 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio trades, which I backtested for the past like 2 years, were absolutely amazing. A lot of good data that I have. It seems like forward testing has gone absolutely great. I tested some evaluation accounts, so I'm really, really hoping that you guys would be interested to dive into that too. So I think it would be awesome. Drum roll. What is happening? The winners. Okay, everybody is begging for Abhishek, I think. Yeah, gold has been pushing. Absolutely, yeah. Congratulations, already saying that to the winners. Please, Abhishek, please. You know, how does it feel like you have power? You have strength, Abhishek. You have the strength. And also, I'm saying, I know we have all these free stuff and freebies at MyFunded TV. Like, nobody really does this. If you win a free reset or an account, although it is free and it's always good, but treat that like not just as a video game. Who am I talking to, right? It's not a video game. Come on, guys. Too much power for one man. It might be the thing. It might be the thing. You know, with big strength or big power, how comes, what's the saying at Spider-Man? Comes big responsibility. With great strength comes great responsibility. That's what Abhishek does. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Yeah, but so many free stuff at MyFunded TV. Congrats again. Oh, you should pick one person too. I should pick one person too. Okay, so maybe next time, but just enlighten me like the way it works. So I can pick anyone from the chat if I would be the one who, if, but it's not happening. I'm just theoretically speaking. Like I can pick anyone if I would be having that great responsibility, to take some, to take that stress off from Abhishek. I could be picking someone from chat. Really? I could do that. So that means everybody would be super nice to me. Wink. Well, maybe, maybe not a bad idea. Yeah, I guess. Everybody would be super nice. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Oh, but I don't know who to pick, because the thing is, like, it's just, it's too much pressure. Who to pick? So many, right? It's just, I couldn't look in the mirror. At the end of the stream, I go to the bathroom. I would like, man, what did I just do? What did I do? I've always been nice to you, Tom. But it's not happening now, right? I was just talking theoretically, so it's not happening. So yeah, of course it's not happening. I was just asking, Just do okay, that's all I need to do. All right. This was just a question. I'm not picking anyone because there's no one to pick. I mean, there's nothing. I was just asking how this goes, because I'm always seeing the pressure. The desk is rising, Abhishek is under pressure, and he's trying to do his best. Obviously, I can imagine that, Abhishek every morning he's just, getting anxious, taking, the vitamins and then trying to keep calm, but he already gets up from bed like, oh my God, today I'm going to have to pick like more people. I cannot handle this, Yeah, let Abhishek can handle that pressure. He can. I'm prettier. Thank you, Donald. Thank you. Woo-hoo. That's what Terry's saying. Woo-hoo. You have my blessing. I have the car segment, that's for later. And the bedtime stories, And later, bedtime stories with Tom. Stay tuned after Matt's segment and bedtime stories for traders. Thank you. I'm sorry. I know today was a little bit crazy. I know. I was a little bit all over the place too. And obviously, I see the time now. There won't be time to jump into that segment. I found a great topic, by the way. An absolutely great topic that I wanted to talk, but I'm still glad that we could have kind of like a free time. When is the gardening channel? It's in the works, Satwinder. Don't worry, it's in the works. We're working on it. You got all day? All right, Carl. Stick around after Matt's session for bedtime stories for traders. Special guest star Bull Barbie. Yeah. Anyway, we're stuck here at 960. I tried to go short for that liquidity sweep on the 15-minute. It didn't go well. And now it seems like that 25K is going to prevail. That's what's happening. Or Abhishek, you know what? I'm gonna bring a cat too, because it seems like if we have some pets around the stream, I could farm some likes, so that would be good. Anyway, 962. Just a quick look on gold. Yeah, nothing. Yes, absolutely. My God, it's just going 750 would be the next target. Absolutely nothing to do with this. Trust me, the only level right now that's left is that 25K. And obviously, we still have 3 hours and 34 minutes for the market to take that area. I don't see any other reason or, for this to just drop or anything. Universal, yeah, content farmers. I know. I like cats. I like dogs too, but cats are cute. The sunglasses. Yeah. Oh, I gotta get it ready. Yeah, I have it here. So anyways, yeah, I only left with 3 minutes. I know it was a little bit upside down for me in this session because I didn't go into that topic that I wanted to talk about today, but I'm still super happy. If you have questions or comments or anything, let me know, because what's the time? Oh yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds until Matt is going to take the stage. And I know he's super handsome and good looking. I'm always trying to be the, a little bit better, but obviously I mean, by the way, I'm gonna do some decorations, as I said earlier this morning. You guys will be surprised. I already have some ideas. There's going to be some decorations in my office here in the background. I'm going to put some poster on the wall. I'm going to add some lights as well. It will be awesome. You guys would be surprised. It will be. But if you have any ideas how to decorate the background, let me know. I still can modify it. I do need some light. Yes, it's already in the works. Maybe even this week, I think it will be set up. There will be some awesome decorations in the background. But I definitely need some lights. I definitely need some lights. I know. It will be great. Hey, Mitz, what's up? Oh, the Rocket Scooter fam is here. Okay. Rocket Scooter fam is here. Yeah. So, yeah, obviously this was a great day. It was a little bit, I mean, I was super excited to be here at the market open, and obviously we're rooting for Terry. I don't know how she's doing, but hopefully she will bring that 25K home. And, I need a wife, not a light. That's true. That's true. She won. Nice. Let's go, Terry. Let's go. So, yeah. Yeah, I just want to say that this was an exciting day for me. Light camera action, yeah. I'm actually also investing to a webcam, which is not going to be a regular webcam. It's going to be like a much higher quality stuff. It's cost a lot of money, by the way, to have an HD 2K, whatever, 4K cam. So that's going to cost a lot of money, but also I'm already bought some decorations and lights. So everything is going to be upgraded. Trust me on that. It's going to be great. It's going to be just great. So, always got to be ready. We're going to kill it. And always ideas are welcome. Ideas are always welcome. And obviously careful with the shorts. 25K super close. It's like 30 points away. And as I said, 3 hours, 30 minutes. The market has time to go for it. You got to be careful. Thank you again, everybody. I want to say this was a great day. I really enjoyed it. It was a little bit more unusual because I was just talking with you guys, watching the chart, the chat, a little bit more technical. I had actually 5 trades today, 3 winners, 2 losses, overall, including the London session. So I'm quite happy. Not the biggest green day, but a little bit in the green if I combine all my accounts. So it was great. It was great. And I'm as always very grateful to be here. Next time, if I take a trade, I will go with smaller position at the market open, but I really wanted to scalp something good. So, it was just good. Whoa. Is that some music is going on in the background? I hear something. Oh, yeah. Let's go. I love this.
Wait, this is your theme song. They should play this
is my theme song.
Your show.
Exactly.
This is like, that's not my theme song. That's your theme song, guys. This is Tom's song.
Yes. Finally. I love it.
Dude, we jam out to that song like every day on my stream, dude. It's so fun. Well, the English version of it, the English version.
We need to create an English version too. This is
good.
awesome. I love this theme. I just love it.
Yeah. You got the fan in the background always.
I have,
That's a good luck charm.
Yeah, it's a good luck charm. And I just told the chat that basically I'm already in the making of, I'm already invested some money. So I'm doing some decorations to the background. Obviously, it's a little bit dark here and winter is coming. So the thing is, I'm going to put some lights. By the way, I just, in the early morning session, I told the chat that I like your room. I was checking your stream as well the other day, and I like your decorations. It's kind of cozy. I like the light, the colors, and everything. And I kind of want to do the same thing. I want to do. I mean, it's just pure darkness behind me, so
Yeah.
I need to do something about it.
Get with me. I'll tell you something. I appreciate you said this. Now I'm going to tell you something that most people don't know.
Yeah.
This is like an art project for me. There's so much that's going on to create an effect. I'm almost weirdly obsessed with doing it. Like I'm always tweaking. It's like a guy that's working on his car. You know, you're always like fiddling with stuff. Like my latest project was I have this lighting rig. You can't see it, but there's like a pole. It's off screen over here. And this like lighting rig that has lights that create the blended effect, and the shadows and all that are all, well, anyways, I got this like new sort of like milk carton kind of plastic, or like milk jug plastic. It's like translucent but thick, and then it makes the light spread even better for that like softer sort of glow. It's fun, dude. Once you get out the rabbit hole, spend some money, you'll have some fun with it.
I definitely want to do that, because as I said, when I saw your background, obviously, and I'm always looking at some streamers and social media and everything. And when I saw your stream, I was like, man, this is cool. I want to have something like that. I like the colors and everything. So I'm kind of working on something similar. I'm going to put I think I'm going to put a movie poster in the wall behind me, and it's going to be having some lights. I was thinking to maybe put up the Scarface movie poster. How about that? It's going to be on the wall.
I like that. Well, I mean, I'm going to say you have this entire blank space behind you. Like I look at it, like I don't know what the posters are behind you because they're not lit up. It looks like a
it's the Brooklyn Bridge. It's the Brooklyn Bridge, but I can change that too. And obviously, where the whoosh fan is, I can put a poster there and some lights. I don't know. I mean, I already invested some money into some light sources and to have some kind of a cozy effect, but I'm still looking for posters and stuff. I don't know. Anyway,
I honestly going to tell you, there's nothing more fun and building out like your room to just kind of like walk in and it just has this cool feel to it. If you have any questions or pointers that you want, whatever information, if I have any help I can give you, I'd love to. I think you have like this cool little kind of space back there. Trick number one with a good office, I tell people, is paint the walls. You know, here the walls are kind of painted. It's a green, it's actually a green color.
Nice.
Like a light olive sort of color, but like color will make it good, and it gets some good lights on it to make it pop, you know? You get this huge space. You could put anything, a poster, a neon sign of your face. Like, you know?
I was actually thinking on a neon sign. Actually, I found a website that can make custom neon signs, but it's going to be like a few more weeks until they do it. But actually, I'm looking into that too. Some custom sign.
It's pretty cool. Which company did you go with?
Oh man, I don't know by memory. I saved their website's link, so I don't know. But I found actually like 3 companies. I think one of them is in Europe here, so they can also do it. But I don't know the name by memory. But I'm working on it, and they told me it takes about 2 or 3 weeks for them to ship it for me. And obviously, they give me some design ideas and stuff like that. Anyway, we'll see.
Everybody in chat is telling you just don't get a Samsung TV. LOL. They're making fun of me because I had a Samsung TV crisis over the last month. I went through 2 TVs that didn't work.
And by the way, how is trading today, Matt? Everything is cool?
Good. Dude,
Good.
I am on, like, I can't, I'm literally on like such a crazy win streak. I remember losing like over 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I haven't lost a day in almost like 3 weeks. I feel like today is 8,500. Friday was almost, like a 12 something K day or something like that. Half of my accounts did really well, and 4 of the accounts all hit like daily drawdown on that sort of, you know, V-shaped thing. Yeah. So ultimately I pulled out ahead, but dude, it's just been such a crazy, I mean, you know me, I've been like so bullish the last couple months that I've just been riding the wave, and I've been hitting it fearlessly without stopping. So I just been lucky day after day.
Yeah, all your predictions, by the way, everything was very clean and straightforward. And I think you nailed everything, including last week, like FOMC, everything. It was really great. So, yeah.
How'd
All
your
right,
trading go
everybody.
today, man? Did you do anything?
Yeah, well, I had 5 trades, 2 in London. Those were winners. I went into an early trade with Nick and Barbie today because I was covering for Terry, and so I had a loss. It was a little bit of a heavy position for me with one mini, but then I recovered some of it with the next trade. That was actually, so overall 5 trades today, 2 losses, 3 winners, a little bit in the green, but on the open, at the market open, I was a little bit too soon, and I was a little bit like impatient. But anyway, it was good. The analysis was good, and it seems like we're heading for 25K. What do you think? Is it going to make it in this PM session or what? I think it's going to make it.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All right, chat. This is it for me. It was a great day. Thank you so much, everybody, for having me. And I'll be back tomorrow with Barbie and Nick and the usual time here in this session. And Matt, thank you again. I wish you a great session and see you tomorrow, right?
All right, bud. See you later.
All right. Cheers.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the afternoon show. How y'all doing? Y'all having a good time? W's in chat for Tom, everybody. Welcome to Lunch Away with Matt. I'm your host, Matt, and I'm here today to tell you this has been a crazy trading month. I completely am blown away by how great the market has lined itself up. After the tariff crash of 2025, we've turned out to be perfectly bullish. I remember on April the 10th, like really after that day when I bought the calls, remember that 50K bet that I made, bought those calls, and market went up, made 50K on them, and then market's been bullish ever since. I have not faltered at all except for two signs of bearishness were the only times I called. I say I haven't faltered on calling the market incorrectly yet, except for those 2 times when the market gave us bear signals, and I was like, ugh, might be the end, right? We got 2 of the signs, and there's like we got that one bear day, and the market immediately was bullish the next day, bullish a couple more weeks, another bear day, then bullish again the next day, and then it's like it didn't stay. It was bearish signs for almost like 3 whole days, and that's it. And it's been straight bullish ever since. Jackson Hole came through and turned everything great. And after Jackson Hole turned everything great, Powell was saying we're going to just focus on rate cuts. Because of the dual mandate, we got to focus on saving the jobs market, and saving the jobs market really means saving the stock market. You guys know the drill of that. And then that's it. And then we came out the Fed meeting last week. I made a post before the Fed meeting and said we'd probably be getting about 4 to 5 rate cuts before Q2 of next year. And I said probably 250s, but whatever. Actually, Powell came out and said no 50s. Instead, we're going to be getting 4 rate cuts between now and probably the summer. 2 this year, 2 next year. If we're lucky, we'll get 3 next year for 5 total. If you read the dot plots, it's suggesting between 4 and 5 rate cuts, 25 basis point apiece from here, which means 1.5 full % on the rate, which means 3%, 275 to 3 or 3 to 3.25 is where we're going to land. If we get everything that the Fed was going to promise us, which means nothing at all is bearish. All the economic data leading into FOMC was bullish. GDP was great. PCE was great, trending down. The Fed report showed that PCE and core PCE will be at 2% within 2 years with no Fed activity at all. The natural drift of the inflation is coming down. We'll hit the 2% target in 2 years, no matter what, according to them. That's why they're no longer focused on it. They're okay with accepting a little bit of extra inflation now, which I don't understand because I keep polling my trading community and asking them, are you feeling the effects of inflation? And people that are day trading, it's an interesting data point. Day traders are people with expendable cash at the end of the month. They're not people that are working paycheck to paycheck with nothing left over. If you have a hobby or a sport that you play or something that's known as day trading, you have extra money. So you're in what I would consider well off or comfortable living. People that are day trading in my stream who are comfortable or reporting that inflation is actually making them slightly concerned and struggling on groceries and gas and whatever things that they're paying for. So if they're struggling, then people that don't have extra money are certainly struggling. Therefore, it means people are living off of credit right now. And I have to say, with the economic data looking so great, is it built on maxing out credit. And what is the risk of default that's going to come of this if people can't afford groceries? So again, I'm never like the bull that's like, well, let me be bearish because sky is falling. Remember, you can't bet on markets crumbling. I always remind people that Michael Berry tried to bet on the housing market collapse in late 2004 and 2005 when he solidified that bet. Mortgage rates were expected to default early 2007, which they started, yet the mortgage bonds were not appropriately rated as they should have been. They were still rated as AAA, and therefore the bond value kept going up even though delinquencies are going up. So even though you even get the fundamentals right and the data looks bad and you make the bet, you're still 4 years early to the trade. So, the idea is that, yeah, it looks a little wobbly. Yes, people are living on credit. Yes, things are kind of weird inflation-wise. And while the data suggests things are perfect, not only good, but perfect, everything looks great. GDP is good. Corporate profits are up. Like, unemployment is not rising. The continuing jobless claims are still slightly about 2 million, not coming down. They've still been going up slightly. Unemployment slightly high, but not terribly high. Initial jobless claims still under 250,000. So that's average for a bull market. So nothing is looking suspect. Jolts are implying that new jobs are getting created fast, like they used to in a good bull market. So there's some stagnation there. The participation rate's very low, which means nobody wants to get a job. And so now we're kind of sitting in this weird stalling point where it's like, okay, and people are living on credit. Is this something that's going to be a problem? Probably. But in September of 2025, probably not. It's going to take a year or so for defaults to catch up to people and for, things to sort of get weird. If they are secretly weird when the data doesn't suggest it and all of a sudden there's some kind of weird credit bubble forming that's going to pop, certainly. But it doesn't mean that I look at it and say, I'm doubting it now. I'm not going to be Michael Berry and say, ugh, things look too good to be true. I don't know. I'm going to say, well, it's bullish. I'm going to be bullish every day until bull trade stops working, and that's it. That's all I trade. Any news why NVIDIA suddenly got the pump? I don't know. NVIDIA was having some things with China not buying chips and then buying chips. I wasn't following it discreetly, but I've got to assume that something like this might have a little bit to do with some kind of thing with that, because that's what was in the news lately. But I'm not going to lie to you and say I know when I don't know. So what we're going to do is we're going to head up and see if anything's going on here. NVIDIA is said to be making equity investments in OpenAI stages. Okay, there's a news on that. Plans to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI as part of their data center build out. So there you go. Oh yeah, people in chat are saying that. So it looks like that's the answer. Well, that gives us a nice little run on the NASDAQ today because the NASDAQ is NVIDIA. So that's kind of nice to see. Yeah, so running good. So my trades today, you guys, nice and clean and simple. We bought basically last night. The two trades I made were a trade last night and a trade this morning. Last night, when we fell to about here, which is a 40-point drop on NASDAQ, I just bought the dip on a 40-point drop, just on general feel. Plus, monthly hedge pressure was nearby. So when we bought and consolidated 40 points, I longed in a couple of accounts. I was going to long in a whole bunch more and then go out. Then IDOC and I went out for her birthday and didn't do anything overnight. But when I bought, immediately got the rally. And when we tapped yesterday's close, I just closed out for profit. That was like maybe $4,000. And then earlier today, pre-market, we're sitting at hedge pressure right about here. I longed in the rest of the accounts that you see and then just pretty much closed the gap and closed out. That's it. Didn't take anything else for the rest of the day. Haven't touched the rest of this, even though I could have stayed long. You guys know me. In a bull market, I'm always long, but I'm always waiting for dips. I never chase highs because that's what idiots do. And I'd rather miss out on the high, knowing that bull markets always have some wobble to them. And every day I'm going to grab a dip and make some money. This guy, VIX is above the contango midpoint, 1718. Anytime the market's above that, I assume that volatility can spontaneously appear. So I'm going to wait till the end of the day to get a dip if I get it. If not, just miss out on the final inches of the move, and I'm okay with that. I've already made, I think it's 8,500 today. And again, I'm on this huge freaking win streak. It's like 3 weeks. And I'm excited to wake up every day and see a calm, flat, non-crazy bull market because they're so straightforward to trade relative to bear markets. And while it's slower and not necessarily like, every move I take, I still get confidence in the moves I do take. And it turns out to be pretty okay for me. So I'm super excited today. Get more likes, gang. Let's get them up. Yep. Hit those likes, guys. Also, 50,000 subs. Congrats, MyFundedTV. You guys have crushed it. I love seeing all the growth on this channel. Actually, let me take a look at how everybody's trades go. Yeah, how'd you guys do today? Show me that P&L, which y'all guys made. We had a song that we play on my stream called "Show Me That P&L, Whip It Out." So if you guys like to whip it out, show me what you got. Curious to see if you guys made any money today. Yes, sir. We're at 50K now on MyFundedTV. Best trading channel for sure. That's right. Hey man, you know me. I only go for the best. If I'm here, that says it's the best because I'm here. Duh. No, actually, I would only be here. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was the best also. So I think that this is the best prop trading show there is. I agree. There's so much alpha on this show, and there's so many good traders. If you guys like my segment, that's cool too. I love it here. 18,000 you're funded in rapid evals. Woo! 1,400 mostly micros. Very cool. 16 accounts. Dang. Okay. You're waiting for ES to fade to 67.34. Okay. And in Q to 24.930. David Morrell. Okay. I like the thoughts of that. Yep. That'll secure this last move up, supporting that last equilibrium. Very nice. Being out in front of the children. Show me that P&L. Now, the song is pretty funny. If you guys come on my stream, you'll hear it. Show me that P&L. Whip it out. I got this sort of like reputation for asking people to show me their P&L. Since I show mine. And then they made a song about it. You didn't take a trade today, but you're requesting a 28K payout from last week. Dang, Leon, let's go. Very, very, very cool. You have no P, just L. Very nice, very nice. Well, so today, guys, I'm going to tell you, the market is solidified. A path forward, I would say, of not having a bear market, I would say, for a couple of years. It doesn't mean we won't have a bear week or a down month or something. We will. But I'm almost confident that this could be another year where on a monthly chart, I'll show you, there have been some years when you have 12 straight months of trading bullish, where the months close higher every single month. Now, let me pull this up and show you guys some examples of this. And I'm not being overly, stupid about the way I'm trading. I'm not chasing in the long like I'm going to miss out on generational wealth, but I am certainly not going to try to fade this at all. All the classic signs of a short squeeze are here at the top, which only accelerates a move, which means there's going to be an exhaustion point at some point, and it could be a year from now. It could be a month from now. We never know, but let's analyze it just a little bit. I don't use any technical indicators. I don't look at previous highs, previous lows. All I'm going to do is show you some statistics. And now my platform is kind of dragging on here. I don't know why it's so slow, but let me grab some times here. So back in like 95, right? There's been, this is a monthly chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight months before you even had a down month, right? 1 up, 1 down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then down, 6, 7, then down. Like you've had bull markets that have gone on insanely great stretches of green after green after green after green to finish out a short squeeze. And this is where we're just now starting a short squeeze here. I don't think we've even started with the bulk of the move here. To me, actually, let me just kind of make this bigger so y'all can see it. Again, Thinkorswim is like slowing down here. It's acting a little struggling. So I think where we are right now is a lot like where this is right there. I think that, once we had, you guys remember 2015, the flash crash and plunge protection, all that stuff, Fed came and rescued the market there, broke out the highs, and people are like, well, time to fade it. Anytime you get these monthly wicks like this, that usually solidifies the middle of the move for a second wave up. This was the big sell-off. Now, again, all this liquidation came from the tariff stuff, but normally that wipes out any issues. All the bears take profit there, and then you're done. You need a new event for people to stack up bearish bets. So inside of here, I believe that this is about right here. And if you compare chart to chart, it's almost the middle of the move. So I think that here in next month we'll stay kind of flat, and then it'll start to pick up steam, and then finally exhaust, and then finally start to create its new top, kind of slightly higher. Where do I think that high ends up? Well, and if you guys want to know what I really believe, I know it's going to sound funny, but 8,500 over the course of a year is where I think we're going. Again, 8,500 within the course of a year. That's the mid. That makes at this point the middle of the move from about 48 to about 67 is 20. 20 would be 87. So I'm giving a little bit less than the full 20 by saying about 85. I think we're there in a year. That's how bullish this market can get to exhaust the move before it starts to be crazy. Now, again, maybe 1 or 2 flat months, but I think we squeeze faster. And the best case scenario, we're up here, and then the market's sort of does whatever it's going to do for the next whatever topping pattern or pullback or whatever. Maybe 1 year quickly, 2 years conservatively. We are getting rate cuts, of course, all the way through 2026. So I would say that over the next 5, or 6 months, we should be getting at least 3 rate cuts. At least next year, we should be getting 5 total. So there's bull mechanism for the next 12 months. 2026 is going to be just as bullish as 2025 has been since April. And I don't see any slowing down of this. And right now, it's not like every stock is moving either. That also supports that. It's like people are just picking and choosing what they want to buy. You can load up the sector tracker almost every single day, and you're not going to see every stock being green. You're seeing lots of green and lots of red. People are just rotating right now, and it's still going up on the big market cap stuff. Just imagine that everything starts getting squeezed. We're not in a bull market where everything's green. Usually the exhaustion point is when you're in a bull market when everything's green. This is a stable point where shorts are getting squeezed because people are still selling and shorting stuff. So I know that tops usually come in once everything is green and it speeds up and speeds up and speeds up. Then finally it slams down. Things are just inching up because not everything's green. People aren't even buying all the things yet. Just imagine the part of the bull market where people are buying all the things. We're covering shorts on all the things. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So I personally think that, jobs market, somebody says it's about to show weakness. I predict we turn bear around November, December. I don't think you're wrong, Julian. I think you're absolutely right about the jobs market showing weakness. However, with my history with the stock market has the ability to take a lot of punches before it comes down. The fact we already had a big bear thing happen this year, I believe you're right on what's going to make the market come down. As far as I know, the market probably doesn't disagree either, but I've seen bull stupidity outpaces logic. And I always say this as a saying I say. Don't underestimate the power of bullish stupidity. People getting squeezed and getting pushed. The market will go up and go up and go up and go up to some point and then slam down on some kind of ways, like something like that. Jobs market being part of the reason I think there can be a slowdown. If you want to know my bet, and we can always disagree on timing. Of course, you guys in chat. I think that bearishness comes in 3 or 4 years, but it will manifest. I agree that we all agree that's the problem. The problem being with the Fed committing to rate cuts and Wall Street always going ham over that being so bullish, even though it technically may not be. In Trump wanting to be bullish, it comes down to the tried and true reason of don't fight the Fed, don't fight Trump. I'm gonna postulate that or make a postulate here is that traders don't fight the Fed. Remember, postulate is an undeniable truth. This is where you frame your math and physics and such are built on postulates. And the straightest distance between any 2 points is a line, right? Is one of the famous math postulates. Okay, so or in 3D space. Now, postulate I'm gonna claim, which is undeniable truth, is that people have lost money trying to fade Donald Trump, and people have lost money trying to fade the Fed. These are 2 undeniable truths so far on Wall Street. So I'm going to say that I'm going to take a guess is that the market won't turn bearish until Trump is out of office. That's where I'm leaning towards. How far this rally and bullishness can go. As far as I'm concerned, while Trump is in office, we'll do anything possible to push the bull market. And then once he's out of office, and whoever else takes over is when the market loses steam. As long as I've been trading, I've seen bullish stupidity extend beyond the reaches of what logic says it should. And that's where I'm thinking, like, how far it can keep going. And what do you guys think about that? Maybe we can get a poll up in chat. Do you think that the market is going to continue to rally because of Powell, right? Or sorry, because of the Fed and because of Trump, despite logic, until Trump is out of office? Or do you think we're going to experience bearishness while Trump is still in office? I've done Trump trading before at the last term, and it was the same story. Every time I try to fade anything Trump, it just went up, and I realized, you know what? The president has a button he pushes. He pushes that button, the market goes up. So, you know what I'm saying? What do we think? You want to know is how Tesla stock is climbing even on bad news and no growth? It's just because of the Tesla robotaxis. Julian, remember, part of trading in Wall Street is to understand that it is completely irrational. A lot of times, I used to do this. I would rack my brain trying to figure out why something's happening. Why is oil rallying when this is huge, huge, huge news? Like, price should be going down. There's a huge surplus. Why is it rallying on bad news? And I realized that in reality, the market is always irrational. You can't rationalize what's happening. There's always going to be a point where you're 100% right by saying you want to know is how would it be climbing on bad news? You're absolutely right. It shouldn't be, but it does. And so the conclusion is the market is purely irrational most of the time. It's climbing for one reason only. Somebody's buying it faster than somebody's selling it. Whatever their motivation is, you will never know. Whether they're buying it because they're getting out of a short, because they want to buy something else. Maybe they were shorting it, they decided they're done, and they're getting squeezed, so they're buying at the high because they don't care, because this is the low for NVIDIA. You never really know why something moves, but usually you have to just assume that you're not going to understand. And when you do that, things become a hell of a lot easier, because you start to realize the market moves up or down despite what the news says. It's moving up and down people's motivations. And maybe somebody has inside information. Maybe somebody was like, holy crap, great NVIDIA news. Fuck our Tesla short. Let's just get out. We'll take the loss covering at the high, because that's the people buying at the high, and they're jumping in on NVIDIA to get in on the ride, right? So just that movement alone can cause something to rally irrationally. And on the surface, us as traders would be like, well, maybe it's moving because, there's some good reason for it to move. There's not usually a good reason for it to move. The reason is buyers are outpacing the sellers, and dealers can raise the price to look for the sellers, right? And just say the market's irrational. And I've always leaned onto that. Market is irrational and the market noise is random. The movement's random. And those two things together have always led me down the right path of understanding that in reality, the stock market is just as random as cards flipping over when you're playing poker. You have to kind of just live in a world where not a lot of it's going to make sense, and then be okay with it. I used to rack my brain around, there's like that it was logical. Like, no, I got to find the reason. Like, what is the reason it's rallying? Maybe I'm overlooking something. And I realized I would go down these rabbit holes and deep dives and try to piece it together like I'm a detective, like it's a puzzle. And I'd realize at the end of it all, I would have wasted a whole day and come up with the same conclusion. I still don't know. And then I realized that, am I just missing something because I'm dumb? I'm like, maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe there's smarter people that know more than I do. But then I realized maybe I just don't understand the motivations of who's doing this. And they're not technically publicly telling you, hey, I'm covering all my shorts, by the way. You don't know why people are doing something. And therefore, I became okay with not knowing and just saying, well, that's irrational. Well, there's no explanation. Well, then I just tell myself, well, if there's no rational explanation for why it's going up, then I'm not going to join that trade. Well, then maybe I could join the trade because maybe it's going up because somebody has inside information. And then you're at a standstill because both are viable options. And Schrodinger's cat, and it's a physics experiment we used to do, or not, we didn't kill cats, but we used to talk about it's a thought experiment. Schrodinger's cat talks about this quantum superposition, right? Where you don't know simultaneously the momentum or position of an electron, right? When it collapses into a physical state you can observe, you never know one or the other. The more you know about one, the less you know the other. So you say that it exists in both states simultaneously. And Schrodinger's cat was, you have a cat in a box, and there's a radioactive isotope that decays, and at a certain point decays, it causes a chain reaction that makes something spill a vial of poison, and the cat could die. So at any point in time, the event could happen, but you're outside the box. You don't know if it's happened or not. So mathematically, the correct assumption exterior to the environment is that both are existing simultaneously right now for all your math to balance out. If you assume one or the other, your math, your energy balance around the system might be off because the internal state is unknown. And if you assume both are correct at the same time, then all the math checks out. So the idea is that both things happen at once. And therefore, I always consider the market existing in some weird superposition in the same sense. The cat is both alive and dead at the same time. Well, the market is going up both for people covering shorts because they want to get out to buy something else, and people jumping in and chasing the rally because they want to miss out. And both things are happening. One of those things you trust, one of them you don't. So one of them's like, oh, people are buying. The other one's, people are getting out of a short. Do I get in on this? And the answer is, well, if it's both states at once, both up and both down, where do you go? Now I'm at a standstill again. How do I bet? And the answer is all the markets like that. There's always going to be an obscurity inside the box that you can't see. And therefore, your bet is just as powerful if you're chasing a trend or buying a dip or whatever, meaning that overall the market is random. No matter how many times you try to put logic to it, decipher it, decode it, get out your little decoder wheel, you're checking the ciphers, you're cracking the code, you're studying the metrics, you're studying the charts, 100% chance that the market is just random. And then when I came to that conclusion, my trading became so much better because I tend to stop following the market like it's logical most of the time. Some of it is the market not random? Yes, the market is 100% mathematically random. The world famous, most successful hedge fund manager on the planet, Jim Simons, also said the same thing. He's made more money than any other hedge fund ever. And his entire strategy was statistically based rather than predictive based on the market. And it was because they believe the market was random. They built their whole strategy on it too. Market doesn't follow patterns. The market is a mix of humans doing something. And if you can see a mix of humans doing something, and I want to prove to you the market's random, next time you're in traffic, stare at a bunch of cars around you, and I want you to predict which car is going to change lanes next. And then if a car changes lanes one time to the right, I want you to predict which way that car is going to change lanes next, to the right or to the left. And when you realize a herd of humans doing a bunch of things for self-interest to you on the outside without understanding their motivations will always guess wrong half of the time. You don't know if the person's turning right because they're about to exit or that they're turning right because they want to get in a faster lane. Because you don't know that, you'll never guess the person's next move. Because of that, stock market is the same thing. It is a mix of a ton of humans doing a ton of self-serving actions that we perceive as herd mentality. But the only thing that's a herd is that a car stays in the lane and has options to move one way or the other. And you can't guess which way people are going to turn in traffic. You're not going to be able to guess if people are going to buy or sell a stock. And when somebody taught that to me, my mind was blown. So, traffic is complex. The car's engine is complicated. The market open is the most random time, as somebody said. Yeah. Oh, that's what somebody else said. Yeah. So in general, with the market being random, the idea is, well, how do you make money trading? There are parts of it that aren't so random. There are parts that have structure. Gaps filling, right, is always a thing we see a lot of the time. Markets can touch yesterday's open and close. The market likes to find where volume was and trade towards it to find liquidity. And you see open and close bounce all the time. These white lines are pivot points. So it's like not random that the market is looking for volume. That's pretty consistent. The idea is like how it gets there is random, how long it takes to get there, where it bounces, does it bounce, does it break is random. But you take action at these points. So there are things that are predictable. Let me tell you what's predictable. 100% of the time, when I touch this white line, you will see volume. At least there's some structure there. Now, I don't know if it's going to go up, go down, go left, go right. It's a woozy, it's a wazy. We don't know. But when the market touches this, there's going to be volume. When the market touches this, there's going to be volume. At least that part is statistically true. And that's in any stock. Here's the S&P futures, there's volume. Right? Here's yesterday's close, there's volume. So at least I know that yesterday's open and close are important places of volume. So at least I know I can bet on liquidity being there. So maybe I not predict the direction of the candles, but at least I can predict where traders will be. I don't know who's going to win the fight, but at least I know I can take my bet at places with volume. That's how in a random market I've decided to survive as I look for volume. Volume is entirely predictable. And that's where I base my strategy on, something that has some structure in it. But then again, I'm a weirdo. Obviously, I'm the mathematician turned trader. So I see the market and I see things slightly differently than a lot of people. I see the market as noise. Like I can see data and I can look at data set and my weird brain sees it and goes, there's no structure here. I may not even understand why. My brain just is so good at recognizing math patterns. I see it and go, there's no structure. And I can see stuff like that. It says it's not that random. Somebody said you don't have definitive events defined with attributes that you can throw some machine learning against. Some things kind of, but you'll end up coming out with a random answer anyways. Like you can always throw machine learning at the Fed. What's the probability the market goes up or down on a 25 basis point cut? Well, you have infinite variables that also factor into that. All the state of the market, how much cash flow people have, how much investors are trading in the market. There's just an infinite number of variables that machine learning would ultimately fail at finding a pattern. That's how I always believed. But yeah. Prime numbers are not random. Well, if you've solved the Riemann hypothesis, find the Riemann zeta function, which is showing the distribution of prime numbers, that'd be great because there's like $1 million prize for people that solve that one. I don't believe prime numbers are random at all either. I just don't know why they're not random. And most mathematicians don't know either. But I see the prime numbers and I see the graph of the zeta function. I do see that and it looks like structure to me. So, but I'm not smart enough to solve that. That goes way beyond my head 1,000 times over, but I agree. Certain things in the universe are not random. I agree with you. But the idea that the traders' behaviors are individually random, you can play a game with yourself to decide how random the market is. And I'm going to show you the odds of you getting it right. I like to play a game called the next 5 candles. Okay. Next 5 candles. Everybody do me a favor in chat. Type UD for up or down or up or down. Or red, green, red, green. We'll play a game called next 5 candles. I want you to guess the next 5 candles based on all the evidence you have. We're going to play it together. We're going to start in a minute on the next candle. I'm going to guess down, down, up, up, up on a 1-minute chart. Next 5 candles. I'm just going to pick what I think is going to happen. Right. And what we're going to do is see the distribution of how correct you guys were. I want you guys to see chat and see that when I ask for some kind of thing, everybody's answer is slightly different. Okay. So now when I ask you guys to say, guess what the next candle is going to be, you might be evenly distributed at 50%. So the answer is the odds of somebody getting it right are 1 over 2 to the n, where n is the number of things you've got. Right? So the idea is this is a 50-50 chance of you getting it right or wrong. And to get both of them right, it's 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2. Right? The more that you go, this is 2 to the 5th. So 4, 8, 16, 32, 1 out of 32 chance of getting them all right. Right? That's how that works. So the further out in time you try to guess, the lower the probability it is by a magnitude of a large magnitude, you're going to get it wrong. So the idea is guessing all 5 of these right is impossible. If the market had any inherent structure on the candle basis, especially on a 1-minute chart, you guys would mostly agree on your 5. When I say next 5 candle game, you guys would mostly agree. And your answers, y'all are like da 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 da. So your answers are all over the place. Everybody look at everyone's answers around you. This is a thought experiment. Nobody has an identical answer. And that's proof because you guys, ready for the mic drop, y'all are the traders here. All of you believe something different. All of you believe something different. And when traders act on the market, they are who are acting on the market. You guys are acting on your beliefs. You guys are all believing different. How many of you are likely to bet on your bias? If your first answer was D, you're likely would be shorting. If your first answer was you likely would be longing. Therefore, the distribution of your beliefs in the next 5 candles game is actually mirroring the distribution of your bets. And therefore, none of you have an equal betting philosophy over the next 5 minutes. That's how random this is. Isn't that crazy? Think about it. If there was some kind of structure, you guys would at least got many of these right. No 2 people had the same exact answers. UUD, UDUU, DDUD, DUDD. Like, it's all over the place, right? And you guys are also betting on this one in that same philosophy because your bets reflect your opinions, right? So therefore, all of your opinions are different. And therefore, the small set of data, I will tell you, reflects everybody. But everybody will have the same thing. If I were to say 5 candles, the reason I say 5 candles is likely none of you are going to get it right. If I say 2 or 3, you might. But at the odds of this, most of you will get it wrong. Therefore, nobody can guess the market. Therefore, nobody's bet can guess the market. And it's like, sort of like mind blank. Oh, wait. So we have a 1 in 32 chance of getting it right with 500 people in the chat. So 1 out of 3% of you should get it right for 5 minutes. Do you think the failure rate of trading is about 90-something%? That doesn't make sense, right? Pretty cool. You signed up for the Lambo, the gambling, and not math. But the thing that I say, so what did I guess? I guessed down, down, up, up, up. So I got down, up, down, down. So I'm already dead in the water. But the idea is that the smaller the time frame or the more data points you have, the more people are going to disagree. And the idea is not everybody thinks up, 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 or whatever. That you all get some of it wrong means your bets are going to all be fluttering too. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So the noise inside of the overall data set is random because people are completely unpredictable. And your perception of the same data set is all different because all your ups and downs are different. None of you even see this the same way. Y'all all see this as different. Pretty cool, right? Let's play one more game. This is the follow-up to the game called Next 5 Candles. You ready? Everyone type in chat. What is this? Just type it really quick. And then after that, what is this? Well, Delta, you guys are options nerds. Delta, Dorito. This is a Dorito. Yeah, triangle, square. Oh, you freaking trolls in this chat. I love y'all. And circle. The answer, the follow-up to the 5 candle games, you freaking knuckleheads, is triangle, square, and circle. The fact that you all get this right implies there's structure here. This isn't random. You all see the data set pretty much the same way. Although some of you options degen see this as delta. Freaking nerds. I knew it. But yeah, that's also a delta. But right, the idea is shapes have a pattern, right? You can see a shape no matter what size I draw the shape. This is a square. That's a square. As a matter of fact, that's a square, right? As a matter of fact, this is a square on its side. I can draw it a million different ways, looking at it from different angles, and you guys would all say those are all squares, right? As different as they are, you guys will all likely say square. That's because there's a pattern there. But as different as these are, you guys don't all say square. You guys all say up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, whatever. So the idea is that since you guys can't all see the same pattern, there's no pattern. And that blew my mind when that realization came to me. Right? So we spend our whole lives trying to find some kind of miraculous pattern in the stock market. And it comes to the realization that while we're sold the idea, tons of books, tons of traders, tons of gurus, there's some kind of magic pattern, magic formula. There's not. Square is also a rectangle. You get out of here, James. You get out of here with that logic. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, good job. So 4 out of 5 for guessing candles. If you guys got some of it right, congratulations. Who said DDU? I want to know who the actual winner was on that. Right. So when I tell people when they're so married to like technical analysis and You know, chasing the market patterns, a lot of times people just like when the news, this conversation came out, the idea like, why is Tesla going up when the news is bad? Well, the correct answer is nobody knows. And your idea as a trader is like, you're going to spend a lot of time trying to rationalize a lot of stuff that inherently is irrational. So that's the way I think about it. So somebody says, was that 5 combination 5 or 5 factorial? Let's say we have 500 watching. Definitely some common percent can be calculated. True, right? And so the more data points you have, the probability gets insanely small. If we were doing like guess the next hour on the 1 minute scale, 1/2 to the 60 is just off the charts. We don't have enough people in chat from one of you guys to get that right. So the more data you have, the further out you have to guess in time, the more people are going to get the little individual pieces of it right. Now, overall, if I were to say, is the market going up or down over the next hour? Is it going to be higher or lower over the next hour? Despite the noisy candles, I feel like most people would probably say higher because the trend looks higher and that's the pattern you do see. So at some point when you zoom out far enough, there is a general consensus of people. I've asked you guys, where are we going to be an hour, higher or lower? A lot of you guys might be trying to fade this, but I think the majority of smart traders are identifying that this has moved up, right? And while some people may want to bet against it, some people want to bet for it. I think that if we all took our bets here, do we think it's going up or down over the next hour? Most people probably say probably up because it looks like it's going up. Therefore, if we zoom out enough and kind of squint our eyes, it looks like there's a trend. And trends can kind of feel like a pattern, like it's going up and it might continue going up, but there's no guessing as to how it gets there or how far it's going to go or anything like that. We can all kind of agree to some similar sense that it's moving up, right? So there's parts that kind of get fuzzy where it's sort of like, okay, there's a trend and maybe a trend is a pattern. There's parts where it's just noisy candles and you can clearly see like the more you zoom in, the noisier it'll be. So when it comes to trading in general, you're gonna have a hard time trying to predict why things are happening. But the two things that are always true, don't fade Trump, don't fade the Fed, and stock market always goes up over time forever. And these are like really the kind of like tried and true parts of Wall Street, I believe. Now, in general, some things that do arise as patterns is that what goes up keeps going up, and then sometimes it comes down. When it does come down, there's usually an event that brings it down. After the fact, you can always say, aha, that's the reason it fell. So the market always sells for some reason that we can identify after. Oh, .com bubble crashed. That's why we crashed. Aha, real estate market crashed and banks failed. Well, that's why we crashed. Aha, tariffs. That's why we crashed. Ooh, COVID. That's why we crashed. But in the meantime, leading up into the event, nobody is ever saying, COVID, we're going to crash. There's always a mix of opinions. Some people might say that, but not everybody says that. Most of the time when the event is happening, most people are doubting it. Tariffs, it's not that big of a deal. We'll get over it. Companies will absorb the cost, whatever. And then it crashes. And then everybody's like, oh yeah, the tariffs were. So at the end of event, people usually agree and we'll get the right thing. Why did we crash this year? Well, the tariffs. Everybody will say the same thing. So there's some really neat characteristics of the stock market. Right after the fact, we all agree. In the mix of it, we don't agree. So sometimes things will go up with bad news. Sometimes things will go down with bad news. There's always people's motivations, but a lot of the movement and volatility comes from people moving money around, getting out of something and getting into something else, getting out of this opportunity, getting into a better opportunity. That's usually the reason money moves. Money flows to where the opportunity is, where the information is. And so when things sometimes go down, it could be because something else is going up. If some things are going up, it's because people are closing us short to get into something else. And it's not really reliant on the news. Right? Every random has a reason. I kind of like that thought, right? And the fact is, if you guys are like trying to be so meticulous about guessing why everything's happening, I say just guess the traffic thing, like I said earlier. You'll find that you're gonna have this like really hard you're gonna have this really hard realization that you just gotta kind of have to do your best with people doing random stuff all around you. You still gotta keep yourself from wrecking your car. So you're kind of watching everybody, but kind of keeping your safe distance and knowing what you need to do. Brains create order out of chaos, right? Like we're programmed as humans to see patterns. It's like how your eyes work. And there's an experiment that somebody did that I got to find it, but like, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm not going to, at least I can find it. A picture. Let me see if I can find the, okay, you guys ready? I'm going to show you something very cool. Again, I read way too much for my own good. Oops, where did it go? I want you guys, I'm going to put something on my screen and I want you to read it. And this is how great your brain is at finding patterns. Okay, ready? Everybody read this to yourself out loud on my screen. The phenomenal power of the human mind. According to research at Cambridge University, it doesn't matter what order the letters in a word are. The only important thing is that the first and last letter be in the right place. The rest can be a total mess and you can still read it without problem. This is because the human mind does not read every letter by itself. Instead, it reads the word as a whole. Isn't that crazy? Those words are all scrambled up and we all read the same thing. Isn't that crazy? Like, so, you know, this is how good your brain is at recognizing structure and patterns in the middle of something. None of the letters are in order, yet we all read it the same way. That's crazy, right? Oh, my bad. So somebody proved that you can read faster that way. Yeah, I actually do remember reading something about that too. But yeah, so the idea is that that's how good your brain is at seeing and remembering patterns. You're remembering word structure and word context. The word before it hints at the word after it, because your brain knows like likely what word could follow. So it sees the letters and knows which word to fill in. Your brain is filling in most of the gaps when you read. So a lot of times when you're reading a book, your brain is actually telling the story to you instead of you reading and absorbing it from a book. That's always blown my mind. Again, when you're reading a story, your brain is inventing the story that you're reading most of the time. You're not usually reading what the author wrote. Contemplate that for a little bit. Isn't that crazy? It's supposed to be a trading stream, I know. There ain't nothing going on at lunch today, so we're going to talk about fun stuff. Why does this make sense? You are AI, dude. Like every book you've ever read, you basically told yourself the story. That's crazy, right? Hey, man, we talk about the smart stuff here. Are we nerfing ourselves by spelling words correctly? Yeah, like whenever you are typing and you leave a typo, why does society make us correct our typos? Just leave it there. People can still read it. They'll know. Anyways, so if we can all see patterns in those scrambled words, how come we can't see the same pattern in the stock market? Isn't that crazy? Because there is no inferential mechanics here where the past can predict the future, you know, kind of like what that word example does. So, like I said, I'm the one guy that's going to tell you, I don't believe the stock market has a pattern. The only thing it does consistently is that it looks for buyers and sellers, and you can use volume to find them. VWAPs and volume profiles are good at finding them. When you get to the level, your bet is as good as anyone else's on which way it's going to go. And half the time it obeys the news, half the time it defies the news, and half the time you get it right, half the time you get it wrong. So how do you make money in all of this? You got to be consistent in how you trade. And it's all about risk management. Hey, Matt, have you did a head-to-head with the Whoosh fan part 2 yet? No, not. We haven't done the Battle of the Whooshes yet. They both, I think, have made it to the next round, I think. Actually, I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I can't remember. A lot has happened since last week. We're going to see a boom candle. I would like to think so. In strong trends, the hidden divergence signal are also killer entries. Yeah, like where the index is lagging behind the stocks, a lot of times you can see those kind of signals. And a lot of times those are very good entries, yeah. So be on the lookout of trying to modify your trading approach as the key to your trading strategy. where you enter is more important than which direction you enter from. And the position size of how big you bet based on the confluence you have is the most important part of the entire equation, rather than getting the next couple candles right or wrong. It's more like where is an important reason to enter. And the reason every time you like buy something, the idea is you want to buy something because you want it to go up in value, or you short something because you want to go down in value. So you have to say, am I efficient enough? Am I buying at a low enough spot where I know other traders will be to give me the move that I want? I can't just arbitrarily trade anywhere. I have to trade my best guess where volume will be. And so I've learned that that's the most consistent part of the market. If I can take my bet where volume will be, my win rate should go up. Or sorry, my efficiency should go up. So even if my win rate doesn't go up, my efficiency would go up, mean my probability would go up, means my losses are smaller. If you I always say, if you are long or short, if you are wrong from the right place, then you're always wrong small. That's like a quote people always quote me on, is that where you enter is more important than which way you enter, which way you go. Because that's how you keep your losses small. You won't know if you're wrong unless you lose a key volume pivot. An example is, like, if I just throw a long right here and the market were to dip, I might be wrong because my efficiency was crap, but then I might be right by the end of the day. Whereas I longed at a bad spot, I might stop out with a loss, even though it's ultimately right for the day. If I longed at a better spot, then I can cut my loss really small, knowing I'm wrong, to prevent further chaos and getting back in if I'm right. Efficiency is better, so I can keep my losses small and my win rate higher because I don't get prematurely stopped out. So identifying like where traders will be is a very important part of risk management strategy. Like, where's the volume? That's another thing I always tell people. How do you navigate the random market, Matthew? Well, I tend to side with the trend, which my indicators tell me is mostly long right now. So I'm looking for longs, not really shorting a lot, which gives me statistical edge in a random market. Then I'm letting statistics carry most of the weight. And then trying to find where volume is and longing just from where volume will be. Why am I not taking any trades up here in no man's land? Well, I don't have any lines drawn on my chart. They're telling me where to trade from. But I do know I have pivots from here and here that are really strong, and pivots from here and here that are really strong. So I'd be willing to wait for any kind of dip to take it a second time. So I'm never like trying to FOMO a trade because I'm missing out, because I'm like, well, it is random, so anything can happen. So this could probably happen. So let me wait for that to happen, because that's what I really want. That's a really strong pivot if I get it. Other than that, what am I missing out on the next, 50 points or whatever of a trade? In a market that always goes up, every day is got an opportunity. So I tell myself that. Anyways, y'all, it's been an hour. Love you guys. Love being here with y'all. Thanks for getting MyFundedTV up to 50K. I hear that the core $199 resets are still going on until like October the 3rd. So that's killer. Pretty cool. You can reset your funded account and have to go through the eval again. That's kind of nice. So that's still going on. Thank you, chat. We had a marvelous weekend. It is IDOC's birthday last week. So you guys make sure to tell IDOC happy birthday if y'all see her on socials. And feel free. Oh yeah, I should be live. So you guys are welcome to join my live to kill out the afternoon hours. If you guys are bored, you don't want to hang out by yourself, you're going to chill with us the afternoon. It's a really fun. We're doing this songwriting competition for Rocket Scooter and trading themed songs. Here's the link. You guys are all welcome to go there. Let me double check if that is the right link. Hold on, wait. Don't click that link. Wrong link. This is the link. Sorry about that. Ignore those. Let me delete those really quick. That's the link to my. I don't think that'll load up anything. Yep, wrong link. Here we go. This one right here. Sorry. That's the link. I got virus. That's the link to my back end of my live stream. So you guys will be able to go in there and probably control my stream. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, head on over there. We'll be there later today. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for making this show the best prop trading show on the planet. Love you guys. Killer trade day for me. I'm on a big win streak. Hopefully it keeps going. We'll see how it rocks. So if there's any trades at the end of the day, if not, come hang out. We're going to be listening to good tunes and voting on them. The winner gets all kind of prizes, including prop firm accounts and other stuff. We do the daily giveaways as well. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Love you guys. I'm Matt. My friends, we'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm out.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.